Good morning. It's 5 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And some of you may be seeing some fog this morning, especially east of Nashville and down to the Manchester area. But what a nice day we have in store for us. Sunny and 65 later today and beautiful all weekend long. Right now it's 43 degrees. Well, your phone may have sounded an alert around midnight. That's what they call a blue alert. It's issued when a violent suspect is on the loose after a police officer is seriously injured or killed in the line of duty. It comes from the TBI. In this case, it was a Memphis police officer that was shot.
Mark and get well and stand by with this accident work. We just had an officer involved shooting. I need someone to go over there. I'll have him call me later.
That is how it sounded last night in Memphis, where an officer was shot and the suspect, 40-year-old Danielle Maxwell, escaped. He's wanted for the attempted first-degree murder of that police officer. Maxwell is described as 5'10", weighing about 180 pounds. He was last seen wearing dark-colored clothing along with an orange and green reflective vest. And, of course, he was also armed. The officer is in critical but stable condition as of last night. He is expected to survive. Well, an apparent mistake in the skies around El Paso, Texas, after a military laser was used to shoot down a drone being flown by Customs and Border Patrol. Now, if this sounds familiar, it is. You'll remember recently that the El Paso airport was shut down by the FAA for the very same type of incident. Here's ABC's Hannah Battah.
The first resulted in a shutdown of the El Paso airport. Pentagon says it has been working with border protection to stop drones from drug cartels. Experts are questioning why there seems to be a lack of communication between the government agencies.
And a joint statement from the Pentagon, CBP, and the FAA said essentially that this was a mistake and that the agencies will continue to work on increased cooperation and communication to prevent incidents in the future. Well, market numbers here brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com.
Major market indexes were mixed in Thursday trading. The Dow rallied to close up 17 points after an afternoon slide. The S&P lost 37 and the Nasdaq fell 274 points. A more than 5% drop in shares of Nvidia helped drag indexes down. A positive profit report and rosy revenue forecast could not save the chipmaker Nvidia from a sharp fall as investors start to doubt investments in the artificial intelligence realm. Salesforce climbed more than 4% on stronger than expected profits for the latest quarter. State Farm Insurance is paying $5 billion back to auto customers who qualify. The company says will make one-time distributions to qualifying customers this summer. Uruguay and Argentina are the first original Mercosur countries to ratify a free trade agreement with the European Union. The deal between European and South American trade blocs will establish one of the world's largest free trade zones. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
And stock futures are all on the slide this morning, very deeply in the red. That is the latest news. Traffic is just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, looking pretty good so far this morning. You have some paving work happening in Whites Creek. It's on the westbound side of 24 at Old Hickory Boulevard North. And between that exit and Whites Creek Pike, one lane is available to traffic right now. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hope you are doing well. Welcome on into a Friday. As far as your weather goes, patchy fog this morning, warmer, mostly sunny with a high of 66, getting warmer Saturday, 74. Cooler with clouds in the low 60s on Sunday. And by the way, Nashville's Morning News powered by Tennessee National, Golf and Waterfront Community. Joan and Sam, you know, I don't often go out on a limb. But this morning, I'm going to, and I don't know if I'm putting my job at risk or not.
Uh-oh.
And I'm a little nervous about doing this. I want everyone to know I'm not suicidal. I feel great. No problems with me whatsoever, okay?
This is an excellent start, Dan.
But I'm just going to tell you that I have received video and audio from Hillary Clinton's testimony yesterday regarding Epstein.
You're about to be suicided.
Now, as you know, this has not actually been officially released yet, but you know, Joan and Sam, I've got contacts. And so I have some audio and some video that we can't show, but I have some audio that I'm going to play from yesterday's testimony of Hillary Clinton. All right, so I'm not suicidal. I feel fine. Hopefully, I'll make it through the broadcast after I air this video and audio.
Look, Mrs. Clinton, we don't want to be here all day either. So just tell us how you killed Mr. Epstein, and we can all go home, okay? I mean, everyone knows you killed him. Just tell us how you did it.
Okay, look, I knew the guards were asleep. So I took the keys, I turned off the cameras, I went into Jeffrey Epstein's cell, and I saw him sleeping. So I just grabbed one of his shirts and I choked him with it. He kind of woke up, but I actually think he enjoyed it because he was smiling as I was choking him, which was kind of strange. But anyway, I made it look like a suicide, and I got back home just in time for dinner.
I mean, crazy, right? I mean, that...
The theatrics really make the story.
I love AI.
Yeah.
I really do. I'm going to go ahead and repost that because it is just so darn funny. By the way, that actually did not happen, just so we're all clear. Actually, it doesn't seem like a whole heck of a lot did happen during the testimony yesterday with Hillary. I think there's going to be a lot more that happens today with Bill Clinton. But there is a lot of people talking about Hillary Clinton and her testimony yesterday. So she came out swinging in her deposition. A picture was released by Lauren Boebert, which took like the whole thing off the rails almost immediately. So apparently Lauren Boebert, she snaps a picture, leaks it to Benny Johnson, and he posts it. All heck breaks loose within the Clinton-Epstein testimony because that was not allowed. And so they stopped the testimony. The Clinton lawyers stopped the testimony, and they said, you know, if they're going to break this rule, because this was against the rules, well, then what else are they going to break? What other rules are they going to break? Her opening statement was exactly as you'd expect. And by the way, as I said, it is true that no audio or video or not even any transcripts have been released yet from the testimony of Hillary Clinton. She said that she never met Jeffrey Epstein. She blasted Donald Trump, asked why they were not investigating the president from the Daily Mail. Hillary said if the majority were serious, it would not waste time on fishing expeditions. There's too much that needs to be done. What is being held back, who is being protected, and why the cover-up is part of what she had to say. By the way, you know, she did receive, I know that I've mentioned this before, Hillary did receive, even though she says that she had never met Jeffrey Epstein, $20,000 donation from the disgraced pedophile in 1999 when she was fundraising for the DNC. But anyway, this is what James Comer said, leading the proceedings, said about those proceedings. Again, this is James Comer.
Well, she said many times under oath that she had never met Jeffrey Epstein. The reason she was asked so many times is we kept presenting new items of evidence, emails from Epstein where he implied that he was very close with the Clinton family, including Hillary. Emails that implied that he set up the Clinton Foundation, that he was one of the biggest donors and one of the main early seed money raisers for the Clinton Global Initiative. And when we asked about that, Hillary said she didn't have anything to do with the Clinton Global Initiative at that time because she was a U.S. senator. So she was asked many times about questions with respect to Jeffrey Epstein because there were many forms of evidence in the documents that have been released by the Department of Justice and the estate that included her name in there. And she kept saying not only did she not have a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, that he was a shyster and you know, he was a con artist and all of that.
So the question is, all right, so do you buy that they never met? That's number one. Number two, it doesn't surprise me that he gave a $20,000 donation from Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, she was married to Bill Clinton. Use the term married in air quotes. But, you know, she was married to Bill Clinton, and clearly those two, they were partners in crime. Now, this is what she has said about Jeffrey Epstein in the past.
We have no links. We have a very clear record that we've been willing to talk about, which my husband has said. He took some rides on the airplane for his charitable work.
Right. By the way, here's the weird thing, the funny thing, is that she said that she was willing to talk about it. She said that Bill was willing to talk about it. Why did they have to subpoena the Clintons to come and talk to them about it? I mean, this has been a 7-month process, and there were all kinds of negotiations. So I love how she's like, oh, yeah, we've been wanting to talk about this for a long time. Really? Because they were actually going to be hit with a contempt of court charge if they didn't respond and if they didn't come talk to James Comey. Here's more.
I don't recall ever meeting him.
Did you ever meet Ghislaine Maxwell?
I did on a few occasions, and thousands of people go to the Clinton Global Initiative. So it, to me, is not something that is really at the heart of what this matter is about.
Right. She is going to keep going after Donald Trump, talking about that. And again, she says that she never met him, did get that $20,000 donation. And the focus right now is to hold those who were in his network accountable. I mean, he's dead. Ghislaine Maxwell's in prison. So now the question is, and it is a big question, who is abusing the girls?
We are more than happy to say what we know, which is very limited and totally unrelated to their behavior or their crimes. And we want to do it in public because let's make this transparent. The survivors deserve that. The public deserves that. But, you know, the Republican member of Congress who is running this hearing or this investigation is trying to protect the president. So let's get to what's really at stake here.
So there you go again. She's coming out swinging. This was a deposition. That is a formal interview. Those are almost always done in private. So I don't know, Joan, I don't know if you've read much of this. Sam, I don't know if you've read. I don't know what, if anything, was gained. You know, we'll have to see what the what the transcript shows, what the video shows. And go ahead, John.
Did you watch that press conference she held afterwards?
I did. I've got some audio on that coming up.
Yeah, so she kept on saying things like, it was so repetitive. They kept on asking the same question over and over again and talking about how boring that was. But in my head, I'm hearing, well, if you answered the question, perhaps they wouldn't ask you it again.
When you have to ask the question multiple times in different ways, it means that they're not answering the question, right, Sam?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
As an attorney, she should know she's about to get the repetitive questioning. I don't know what she's so shocked about.
Yeah.
They try every which way to get you to slip up and crack on an answer. So
Well, and they're also trying to find inconsistencies in the story, right?
Yeah.
So there's that part of it as well. So Lauren Boebert sends out a picture. I guess what she did was she literally took a picture, Hillary and the lawyers up there. They did this at a performing arts center near their home. I mean, they didn't want to have to come all the way to Washington, D.C. and so forth. So all of these senators, or I should say these congressmen, had to go to Chappaqua? Is that how you say where they live? Chappaqua?
That's it.
The Chappaqua Performing Arts Center. And so the way that I can tell, Hillary is like up on the stage, and the representatives are like maybe down in the seats. I have no idea. But Boebert takes a picture, and she sends it off to Benny Johnson, and Hillary and her lawyers lose their ever-loving mind. Have you heard what Lauren Boebert said after the proceedings? Oh, it is very funny. I've got that audio coming up next. Anything going on in traffic? Do I have to do the whole formal thing? All right.
No, I don't think so. So you do have a problem. Paving going on in Whites Creek on 24 westbound, Old Hickory Boulevard North to Whites Creek Pike. That's it.
So Lauren Boebert takes this picture, sends it to Benny Johnson. Have you seen the picture, Sam or Joan?
Yeah.
I mean, it's really just her sitting at the table.
I noticed that. I noticed that there was a pitcher next to her, and it had bubbly in it. So, like, she had to have bubbly water, Perrier in a pitcher.
You sure it wasn't vodka?
Well, when you mix the two, you don't really notice. So
Listen, if I were married to Bill Clinton, I would need a lot of vodka, too.
Well, I'm sure it goes great with horse tranquilizers.
Oh.
So Lauren Boebert was asked about the picture she took. This was her answer. Listen close.
I just returned to my hotel room and installed a bleach bit software and took a camera to my iPad. So I guess in regards to photos, I do not recall.
You don't remember taking the picture of Clinton?
So if you didn't get the references, right, she, when Hillary did the whole delete the files off of her computer, she said that she bleached her computer. BleachBit is an actual program these days that will delete files. And remember, she took hammers to the hard drives and all that.
Clean hammers.
Yeah. So I actually, Lauren Boebert, I realize that there's a lot of room to criticize her, but, she can be a hoot. She really can.
I just returned to my hotel room and installed a BleachBit software and took a camera to my iPad. So I guess in regards to photos, I do not recall.
You don't remember taking the picture of Clinton?
So apparently Hillary was also asked about Pizzagate and UFOs. So I don't know why they would go down. Chris Handel have a field day with the whole Pizzagate thing. Bill Clinton facing his grilling today. They will no doubt ask him about his many trips on the Lolita Express. The pictures of Clinton in a hot tub with a woman or girl. The face of that person is redacted. And why did Epstein keep a bizarre oil painting of Bill is it a blue dress or a red dress?
Blue.
Is it a blue dress? Okay, it's a blue dress. Why was there a big oil painting of Bill in a blue dress in Jeffrey Epstein's home? So I would like to know.
Bill Clinton was wearing the dress?
Yeah, Bill Clinton was wearing a blue dress in the painting.
What color was Monica's dress?
Monica's dress was blue.
Was it?
Oh, yeah.
Is it the Monica dress?
It could be the Monica dress.
You know what, Sam? You got to do some research.
I mean, it's one of the conspiracy theories circulating about that painting is that it's a stab at the Lewinsky situation.
Of course it is.
Is there a white spot on there somewhere?
Stop.
What? I didn't say anything.
You did.
I did not. I actually did. I'm sorry. Okay, so speaking of Bill Clinton, this was funny yet awkward. Follow me on X at Dan Manda Show. Have you seen this, Joan? Megyn Kelly came out last night with a picture of Bill Clinton, and it's not good for the former president. She's speaking to Tucker Carlson, and she drops this. Listen.
And this is my own piece of evidence that he wasn't shamed at all. where a friend of mine and her friend at the time, this is 1999, were in a bar and Bill Clinton was there. And would you look at can you see this picture?
Yes.
He is looking down the chest of my friend Meg Florence, and that's my other friend in the foreground, Abby Rittman. Here's the crazy, you probably know this place. They were from, actually just asked them, where was this? The Bombay Club.
So it's a picture of Bill, and this is, circa 1999. And I wish I could show this on YouTube, but I can't. So
Put it on Facebook. Put it on X.
I did.
Oh, okay.
I did. Follow me on X, at Dan Mandy Show. So it's a picture of Bill, and he's posing with a couple of girls. They're about 20, so they're not underage. But he is looking right down the top of one of these girls. And it is just, it is flagrant that he is looking down the top of this girl. And, he's got that Bill Clinton look, And the point that...
Aren't those some nice... I'll stop.
Bodacious. You can fill in the blank.
Okay. Anyway, so I was just going to say Hooters, but whatever.
In D.C.,
Yep.
1999, he was there with his wife and daughter.
Yeah, so he's there with Hillary and Chelsea, and he's posing for a picture with these two young women, and he's just looking right down the top. And somebody got a picture of it. It is funny. It is very funny. The point that Megyn Kelly is making is that he had just been impeached for the whole Lewinsky scandal. And so Megyn Kelly says, yeah, this proves that the former president simply was not ashamed of what had happened with Monica Lewinsky.
He was ashamed he got caught.
Oh, he was sorry that he got caught. Did he ever apologize for that? I don't even know. Did he apologize? No?
Maybe he apologized for the lying. I don't think he apologized for the thing itself.
Well, anyway, this is, if I'm going to defend Bill Clinton here, there's not a guy in the world who has not snuck a peek. Sam, back me up on this. Don't leave me hanging. You know how guys are. We know how guys are.
Single men, sure.
But when you're there with your wife and children,
that's a whole nother.
That's a whole level of sleaze.
Now, Chelsea, turn your head real quick while I take a gander.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is he didn't ask her to turn her head. He's flagrantly sleazy.
And that's why they call me Slick Willie.
Yes. Yes, it is.
James Comer leading the investigation and the depositions. Here's more of what he had to say.
And what you're seeing is there is accountability finally happening. You've seen at least a dozen very powerful people, men and women, who have already resigned, many in disgrace from their board positions.
Yeah, that was Comer last night on Sean Hannity's show. So yesterday, I think this was after we got off the air, the head of the World Economic Forum has now had to step down. So, if you're keeping track, you've got the guy from the WEF, you've got Prince Andrew, you've got Peter Mendelsohn, you've got, of course, Bill and Hillary Clinton being grilled yesterday and today, respectively, Bill Gates, Obama lawyer Kathy Rumler, which I told you about a few days ago, Thomas Pritzker, Larry Summers, former Norway Prime Minister Thorbjorn Jagland, attempted suicide after the investigation was announced, and a guy by the name of Peter Attia resigned from CBS News as a media contributor. And there's more than likely, we'll have to see, but there's probably going to be a lot more. We'll have to see as the investigations do continue. We'll continue to cover all of this for you. And by the way, I've got a reporter from, I want to say, The Hill, later on today, going to give us a preview of what's going to happen this morning and later on today with the testimony of one Bill Clinton. 5:25 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan has the news at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, a scam at the gas pumps here in Nashville that you should be aware of. It's coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got a little fog this morning. Folks in Manchester may be seeing some of that. It'll become sunny this afternoon. We've got a high near 65 degrees. Right now, we are at 42. Well, this is the day that former President Bill Clinton sits down for a deposition with members of the House Oversight Committee as they investigate Jeffrey Epstein.
It's going to be happening behind closed doors, no press cameras allowed in. It will be recorded, and Republicans say that the video along with the transcript will be released. One thing that is going to be very different, and that's been made clear to me, is that this is going to be notably longer. This deposition with Hillary Clinton already lasted for just about 5 hours. I'm told to expect this one with former President Bill Clinton to go even longer than that.
ABC's Rachel Scott reporting there. Metro Nashville police say there's been an uptick in so-called sliding incidents. That's when you get out of your car at the gas stations and then you turn your back on your car to face the gas pump. Channel 4's Steve Mayling spoke to a local police officer about what happens next.
The moment you turn your back, somebody could hop out from their vehicle. Your car is unlocked. They can easily open your door, crotch down, slide in, and take your items out.
And that's what officers are getting reports of. Over a dozen in the past month, to be specific. Where at mostly Kroger and Mapco gas stations, customers are being targeted, especially women.
And he says those incidents are happening most often in Midtown and Southeast Nashville. But of course, they can happen anywhere. Keep your head on a swivel. That is the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. have a problem 24 westbound in Antioch this morning. There's a stalled out vehicle on the left shoulder. It's right by Harding Place. Now, it's not sticking out into the traffic lanes, but it is attracting some attention, and traffic is slowing down around it this morning. 24 west in Whites Creek, that's paving work going on. There's only one lane between Old Hickory Boulevard and Whites Creek Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.536, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And good morning to you. Welcome on in. It is a Friday. Patchy fog in the morning, warmer, mostly sunny with a high of 66. Getting warmer Saturday with 74 as a high. Cooler with clouds in the low 60s on Sunday. And Nashville's Morning News powered by Tennessee National Golf and Waterfront Community. I have a bold prediction, Joan.
What is it, Dan?
That I'm going to be spending a lot of time at Charlie Daniels Park this weekend with Riker and his plane.
Does this mean that we need a tall letter dispatched to the area?
Probably. So you know what happened just very quickly. What happened last time we went? Not the first time the plane got stuck in the tree. He actually managed to get the plane stuck in the tree a second time. Now, anybody who has ever been to Charlie Daniels Park knows how big that place is. I've actually got a video, Joan. So I was able to get the plane out of the tree by throwing rocks and branches at said plane. And after about 20 minutes, I was able to hit the plane, and it came lofting down off of the tree. So as it was getting dark and people were continuously laughing at Riker and I trying to get it out of the tree. I've got a video, though, and I was debating whether or not I should post it because it is actually pretty funny. But Riker wanted me to film every single plane takeoff, right? So I was filming one, and it is flying around. And this plane goes... zoom, turns around, does a 180, flips the whole thing, and it smacks some lady right in the butt.
No.
I mean, it was like he couldn't have done that if he tried.
Oh, my goodness.
Right in the derriere.
Older lady, younger lady, like, what are we talking here?
I would say she was, I guess, maybe I didn't really look at her face. I saw more of her behind, and it's hard to tell. But I think she was probably about, 40s maybe.
Got to tell him to turn the targeting system off when he flies.
It was like, how did you do? And she was cool. I mean, she didn't get mad. Thankfully, she recognized the humor in the whole thing.
Yeah. Thank goodness, right?
Derriere is a great airliner name.
Derriere Airlines.
Derriere Airlines. That'll be, the next Epstein type plane. Anyway, so what? I don't know. You two are so sensitive today. People actually didn't like my joke about the, what was on the blue dress.
Oh, really?
No, one person complained about my joke about what the blue dress and the whole thing that I said in the first segment. Not going to repeat it, though.
It's clearly he was talking about someone dropping mayonnaise from a sandwich.
That's exactly what it was. Anyway, moving right along. So that's going to be my plans this weekend. Really looking forward to it, and
you're going to have a beautiful weekend for it. Oh my goodness!
It is going to be really, really nice, and so I hope people have a great weekend.
Is this plane at the end of its rope now? It sounds like it's been through a lot.
No, it's still flying high. Okay. Actually, he's got two because we ended up. Allie, our friend Allie, remember I told you the story about how she made her husband with the ladder and get it out of the tree the first time?
That poor guy.
So, very, very nice guy and love him as a couple. Thank you very much. We ended up buying him another one. So now he's got two. So he's now flying the original one that we've, now been able to manage one way or another to get out of the tree twice. And if you know anything about Charlie Daniels Park, you know how big it is. So I don't know how he manages to keep going over the fence and into the tree. It is stunning, but whatever. Hey, do you want to play some fun with audio?
Oh, you know we love this.
We love fun with audio. So this is where we just, me, Joan, and Sam, we respond to audio in real time, and audio that we have not heard. Now, we know that New York Mayor Mamdani, I don't know if you saw there's a video. It's a horrifying video, but a couple of police officers, we talked about this yesterday. It's an additional video of these officers getting pummeled with snowballs and ice balls. Supposedly some rocks were packed into the snowballs and so forth. A couple of people, I guess, have been charged. One guy was let off by one of these. You know who it was? It was the Brooklyn DA. What's that guy's name?
Bragg.
Bragg, yeah. Bragg there, the DA there in I think it's the Bronx or Brooklyn, whatever it is. Alvin Bragg dropped the charges against one of these guys that pummeled the cops with one of these, ice-packed snowballs. And somebody said on Twitter, and I totally understand that, it would not surprise me, because Mamdani is not taking this seriously. It would not surprise me, Joan, if there is a massive walkout of the New York Police Department, because you have, as the police officers are getting pummeled and they're getting into a van so that they can leave the area, you got all of these degenerates in New York that are doing this happy dance because they were able to attack all of these police officers and force them to leave the scene. And Mamdani he does not care. And it is so infuriating to watch as New York continues to further disintegrate into lawlessness. And you know what? I feel really bad for the police officers, but I hope New York burns. I do. I hope that New York ultimately ends up in a massive pile of crime and crap.
You know what he'll eventually do. So let's say those massive walkouts happen. People are just, you know what, I'm done being a cop in New York. The mayor's not going to stand behind me. Well, then he's going to appoint a quasi-religious-based oversight council to act as a police force, and now you've got the implementation of Sharia law, and actually he gets what he wants out of that.
There you go.
I think that's what he's gunning for anyway, and I hate to use that phrase, but I think that's what he wants.
So Senator John Kennedy, of course, we all love Senator John Kennedy, was talking about Mamdani and the whole 2 forms of ID to shovel snow. This is John Kennedy on Fox News.
So, this is obviously a little problematic for Mayor Mamdani, given the Democrat stance that it would be, so atrocious for you guys to pass the SAVE Act and have people actually have to show ID to vote.
Yeah. Well, I don't know the mayor. He seems like a nice enough guy, but he must think there's an award for being stupid. I mean, the American people look at this stuff and they're aghast. You're going to require somebody to show not 1 form, but 2 forms of ID in order to shovel snow, but not to vote. I mean, it's a silly dispute. Everybody has ID. Everybody could get ID. I can tell you the way my people back in Louisiana feel about it. They feel about it they tell me, if you can't figure out how to get an ID, you probably shouldn't be voting.
So did you see the memes, Joan and Sam, where it was like black people and married women crying because they were not allowed to shovel snow?
Yes.
Very, very funny. And you know what? Sadly, it is true. And so now we have a situation, and this is in the news today. I'll do more of a deeper dive on this. But this is the headline from the Daily Mail. Did you hear this? Donald Trump is now being urged to declare a national emergency to take power over the midterm elections as the president is pushing for a voter ID bill. So basically what the president is being urged to do is call for an executive order, sign an executive order mandating certain rules for the midterm elections. Now, I don't even know if he can do that because, of course, as we all know, the estates are supposed to be the ones that execute elections. I'll get into all of that coming up out of the news at 6 o'clock. But Washington Post had the story. This came out, I don't know, yesterday at some point after we got off the air. Apparently, it is a 17-page draft of a presidential executive order that supposed Chinese interference in the 2020 presidential election that would allow Donald Trump justification to declare a national emergency. Now, there was an attempt, Chinese interference, in the 2020 election. Joan, do you remember, we all love Chuck Grassley. Dude's old as dirt, but I mean, he still has all of his faculties. But do you remember the story in I think it was about 2020, right around there, where the FBI, they found like thousands of Chinese purchased American IDs.
Oh, yes.
Do you remember that story?
Yes.
So the Biden FBI killed the investigation into that because they didn't want to contradict what the then FBI director, Christopher Wray, had said under oath, I guess, in his testimony that said that there was no evidence that the Chinese were trying to interfere in our 2020 election. Well, so the FBI just basically, not only did they drop that investigation under Joe Biden, that, we had all the receipts, we had all the fake IDs. But Chuck Grassley said, we have the receipts. But the FBI under Joe Biden said, no, we're not going to do an investigation into this because it would contradict what Christopher Wray had to say. And the whole thing was just, it was disappeared.
Yeah, disappeared despite nearly 20,000 fake U.S. driver's licenses were seized at Chicago O'Hare from shipments, mostly from Hong Kong and China. Yep. In another case, over 14,000 fraudulent IDs were seized in Cincinnati in 2020, with 97% originating from China or Hong Kong. A smaller but similar seizure included 2,000 fake IDs in Memphis of 2020 and another 743 in Chicago in 2022. They were hidden in packages like toys or jewelry boxes.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah, no, it wasn't widespread, people. This was a very isolated incidents.
Can I ask this question? How much is widespread? Like I want to know what the Democrats would constitute as widespread. I've often said, and I think I said it to Hans von Spakovsky, I've always said this. It doesn't have to be widespread. It can be a few counties in a couple of states. That's all that you actually need.
It's the same argument with the violent criminal deportation. Well, it's only a small percentage. It's still like 60,000 people that have been charged with some of the most egregious crimes on the planet. That's a whole small town.
That's exactly right. And a lot of dead Americans, frankly. Let's see here. As we continue on with Fun with Audio, Gavin Newsom is trying to blast J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio. He was on the briefing with Jen Psaki, so this too big-time brain trust of Jen Psaki and Gavin Newsom, as Newsom is trying to take out Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance. Let's listen to what he has to say.
There are some people waiting in the wings in the MAGA world who would love to be the chosen ones of the Trump orbit. J.D. Vance is one of them. Marco Rubio is one of them. Do you think they can carry on the MAGA flame here?
No, but Vance, for whatever reason, scares me.
Why?
Almost more than Trump.
Oh, you see what's going on here? Joan,
Yes.
You see what's going on?
Yes.
He knows that he's going to be running against J.D. Vance, and so he is. And I mean, gosh, this was something we talked about, Joan, months ago, where he kept talking about, Gavin Newsom kept talking about Donald Trump, and I said, when is he going to make that pivot, not only to J.D. Vance, but when is he going to make a pivot to defending his own record as opposed to talking about Donald Trump? Because his record, Gavin Newsom's record, is not defensible. You cannot defend his record of what he has done to the state of California and to America.
I don't know. I just, I mean, talk about a guy who put a mask on and his face grew into it. I mean, J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio were two of the most effective critics, just like that guy, what's his name, Graham, Lindsay, of Donald Trump. What frauds.
Ooh.
What's his name?
Big words. Yeah, what's his name? Lindsey Graham. He's only been in the Senate for like 1,000 years.
What phonies.
You know what's so funny about Gavin Newsom calling? Remember, Fun with Audio is we're responding to this in real time. I think Gavin Newsom is the biggest phony you'll ever see. I mean, the things that he says as he tries to defend his record, he is the biggest phony out there. And All you have to do, Joan, is look at what we've seen with Gavin Newsom in the last couple of days.
Oh, yeah.
Remember where he talked about how he's got, what is it, a 960 IQ, and he can't read, as he was trying to relate to the black audience and then to a couple of white people on his podcast. He's talking about how he roared through 13, 14 chapters of the book that they had written. Gavin Newsom is the biggest phony of all.
Oh, yeah.
But JD is a unique fraud and phony, and he's a little more dangerous. And the folks around him, these are not folks that believe. I mean, listen to some of its biggest funders, the way they talk. There's a nihilism to the way they talk about the world. I know these guys.
Nihilism.
This is the same man who, during the COVID closures, found himself at a very expensive restaurant partying with others in a big super spreader event. Right?
You're absolutely right, Joan. By the way, nihilism basically is a negative perception on everything, which is so weird because, and Sam had to tell me.
That's right. You're a big fat phony.
That's right. I'm dumb as Gavin Newsom is, apparently. No, I thought I knew what it meant. I just wanted to make sure that I knew what it meant before I used it on the air. So Sam, of course, bailing me. Sam, what does nihilism mean? But when you look at the Democrats and how dour they are on everything, I mean, they've been saying that Donald Trump is going to destroy the United States for how long? It seems to me like he's doing a lot of good for the United States. You know, and nihilism is another word for like a dystopian attitude. You know what I'm talking about?
Now you've Googled it.
No, I didn't Google dystopian. Is dystopian another? No, I didn't.
Big word. You think he?
No, I've always used dystopian. I didn't. You know what? Check the tape. I didn't Google anything. I'm sitting here with my hands in my pockets, actually. Anyway.
You're not playing with the knobs?
I'm not playing with the knobs.
Okay, I'm just checking.
You know what? You two, is this the way today's going to be?
Touch
you know
my
what?
knobs.
You know what? Joan works from home in her PJs, and she's just getting a little sassy. That's what's happening. Anyway.
But I don't have a nihilistic view, so, there's that.
There you go. You know what? The more that Joan gets to work from home, the less dystopian and nihilistic she becomes. All right, more from Gavin Newsom.
Literally know them, not figuratively know them. Some of them are in the book. Knew them back when. So, again, I don't want to be overly hyperbolic about this, but, but that said, it's going to be hard for Trump. Trump's still, you think this guy is going to sit there in the Oval Office waiting for you to ask him a question and say, well, sir, Jen's not here. She's in Iowa with the debate with Vance. There's no damn way on earth. So he's going to try to run this out till right after the end until he can pick and choose who goes behind him. Or, God forbid, we don't take back the House of Representatives. He may be on that ballot.
I don't know where he's going with all this. He keeps talking about Donald Trump wanting a third term. Trump has said over and over again that he is not interested in a third term. He actually spoke about the Constitution. So that is, and I like how he's, Gavin Newsom. I don't know if you noticed, but the tone in his voice, Joan, very serious, very dystopian or nihilistic in nature.
Yes.
You want to see the kind of people
Dour.
who'd be voting for Gavin Newsom in 2028?
Sure.
Yeah, this is a reaction to the State of the Union address, and Brett Trussell is a very young, dude barely looks 20, Democrat voter, and he gets kind of owned by a black conservative woman.
I think very often minority demographics.
That's not true.
So this is the thing where the suggestion is it's going to keep the black vote down. I've got two black panelists here. Ajwa?
That's not true.
You have ID and proof of citizenship?
Yeah, and if I need a copy of my birth certificate, it's just a matter of going online or going up to the department and asking for it and showing.
What's so complicated about that?
There's nothing complicated about that.
No, but this young man sitting up here disparaging people in a live TV studio audience because he has been brainwashed by the Newsom left into believing this kind of stuff.
All right. And by the way, so coming up next, we are going to talk about what is going on. Donald Trump, the leftists are freaking out, basically saying that the president is going to take over the midterm elections. We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more with all the details straight ahead. Joan's got the news at 6. Joan.
Yeah, Yeah, coming up here, Dan, the TBI is casting a wide net. They're looking for more victims of an accused sex offender from Brentwood. Also, some really good news about mortgages that's coming up in Money News. That's at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.559 Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and good morning to you. 8167 Jones says, when Dan tries to use big words, he sounds like a narcissistic pontificator.
Ooh.
There you go.
There's some words put together for you.
Yeah, by the way, I said that Gavin Newsom claimed that he had a 960 IQ. He actually said that he scored 960 or 940, whatever it was, on the SAT. If he had a 960 IQ,
he'd be out of this world.
He would be out of this world, and
there'd have to be something between his ears if he had a 960 IQ.
He'd be the smartest man in the world, it would appear. Einstein's IQ, I guess, was not even 960. You ever had your IQ tested, Joan?
In school, didn't they do it in like the fifth or sixth grade in school?
I don't know. They didn't do it at my school. I went to Christian school, and we apparently didn't believe in IQs or whatever. But I've never had my IQ. I don't want to know what my IQ
by
is.
comparison, the current world record holder is like 274 or something crazy like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. We got to go. 6 o'clock. I'm smart enough to know that I'm running late.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and we're in for a really beautiful day and a beautiful weekend, too. Sunny today, going to up around 65 degrees. Tomorrow will be even warmer. Right now, it's 43. And in the news, still no sign of a man who is accused of firing on a Memphis police officer overnight and then escaping from the scene. 40-year-old Darnell Maxwell still on the loose, and it's the reason your phone may have sounded an alert around midnight. That is a statewide blue alert issued by the TBI. The officer is said to be in critical but stable condition. TBI is looking to find any additional victims of a Brentwood man
who's been accused of dozens of crimes involving the sexual exploitation of children. Scott Quarles was arrested in 2024 after a special agent posed as underage girls in an undercover internet chat operation.
That's Channel 4's Marius Payton there. Now, the TBI says Quarles operated under several different names, and parents may want to ask their kids if they've been in contact with someone named Scofet on the messaging app Kik, or he went by Paul Herring on Snapchat. If so, contact the TBI right away. We're learning a little more about the incident just off the Cuban coast where a boat, apparently stolen from Florida, ended up in a gun battle with Cuban forces. 10 people aboard that speedboat. 4 were killed, 6 others hurt and arrested. Well, now officials tell ABC News that one of those killed was an American citizen and one of those detained is an American citizen, too.
It's complicated because that speedboat was stolen from a dock in Florida, and the Cubans say these men, including those 2 Americans, were heavily armed and fired on the Cuban troops.
ABC's Martha Raddatz. Cuban officials claim the boat was loaded with weapons and that the people on board were trying to infiltrate the island. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stock futures slipped overnight after losses for NVIDIA pulled down the broader market Thursday. The S&P fell 0.5% yesterday, while the Nasdaq Composite gave up 1.2%. The Dow Jones was flat on the day. For the first time in 3.5 years, the average mortgage rate has slipped below 6%. Freddie Mac says the typical 30-year fixed-rate home loan is at 5.98%, down from 6.76% a year ago.
And that is ABC's Jim Ryan reporting their stock futures slipping sharply lower this morning. That is the latest news. Stick around for traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. they're doing some early morning paving on westbound 24 in Whites Creek this morning. It's between Old Hickory Boulevard North and Whites Creek Pike with just one lane open to traffic. You got an accident as well on West End Avenue at 17th Avenue North out there at Vandy. The crash is not, however, in traffic, but in a Shell gas station parking lot. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, powered by Tennessee National Golf and Waterfront Community. Man, there's a lot going on today for a Friday. Is President Trump going to try to, and I'm putting an air quote on this, steal the midterm elections? Big news coming from an executive order, apparently. We'll talk about that. Republicans ending the week with more good polling news, and we've got some more insight into Tennessee's Department of Children's Services. The Clintons, Bill Clinton, taking the hot seat today on Epstein. Oh, to be a fly on the wall. And apparently the Iranian nuclear talks have now collapsed, and we'll talk about what's next. There is a lot going on. I don't know if you saw J.D. Vance. He was in Wisconsin. I think this was yesterday, and he talked about, of course, the importance of the midterm elections.
Goes to work, and we fight for the American dream for you and your family, however you define it. We would really appreciate you not sending us a bunch of crazy Democrats in November, so please don't do that. God bless you all. Thank you.
There you go, J.D. Vance. And obviously, the midterm elections are a big concern. And that is why this headline from the Daily Mail, Donald Trump is being urged to declare a national emergency to take power over the midterm elections, as the president is, of course, pushing for that voter ID bill. Attorneys close to Donald Trump are urging the president to declare a national emergency that would allow him to take sweeping powers over the crucial midterm elections. So we know that Donald Trump and the Republicans have been trying to get the Save America Act passed, and John Thune is basically sitting on his hands, simply won't or can't get it done. So now Donald Trump's attorneys are telling him to protect the midterms. There is a 17-page draft of a presidential executive order that supposed Chinese interference in the 2020 presidential election would really justify Donald Trump being able to declare a national emergency heading into the midterm elections. And basically, what Trump would do is effectively mandate voter ID nationwide, ban vote by mail, and mandate ballots be counted by hand. So this is from the draft. There is now clear and compelling evidence from court cases and forensic analysis that these threats have not been mitigated, but instead those threats from China have been intensified. That reads the draft. So now, as you can imagine, the Democrats are freaking out. This is, of course, one of our favorites on Nashville's Morning News, Senator Chris Van Hollen.
This would be an effort to try to steal the 2026 elections. Can you imagine Donald Trump in the White House counting the votes as they come in and making sure that he has enough in every congressional election or state election to make sure that Republicans win? Because that's what he is talking about here.
Like he's channeling Ilhan Omar or something. But, that's not quite the way that it's going to work. The reporting is that he would mandate, again, voter ID, ban vote by mail. I assume that would not apply to military. Those are absentee ballots. But here's the thing, is that I do believe that our elections are threatened. I do. I believe the Democrats are the ones that are threatening our elections. I think the Democrats are more of a threat to our elections than China, but still. Lawyers aligned with President Trump telling the Washington Post they understand that Congress and the states traditionally have legal authority over elections, but here we have a situation where the president is aware that there are foreign interests that are interfering in our election processes, he claimed. That causes a national emergency where the president has got to be able to deal with it.
It is a desperate attempt to maintain power at a time when the American people clearly don't like what they're seeing from the Trump administration. So we need to act right now. We need to act in the courts. We need to act in communities all over the country to literally get in the way of what Donald Trump is planning, which is to subvert our national election.
So again, that is a Democrat Senator Chris Van Hollen, Senator Mark Warner, Virginia Democrat, and a ranking member on the Senate Intelligence Committee, said there's no reason for any of this. Here's his quote. We've been raising the alarm for weeks about Trump's attacks on our elections. Now we're getting details about how they might be planning to do it, Warner said in a statement. He says, let me be clear, there's no national emergency. This is a plot to interfere with the will of the voters. Now, we took a Daily Dan poll. If you want to take the Daily Dan poll, you can. Watch us on YouTube if you would. That's my preferred method. And you can watch the radio show as it continues to unfold this morning. And when you go there, you can take the Daily Dan poll that is now turned into every other day Dan poll. But today's poll is, how did we phrase it there, Sam?
Would you agree with Trump using executive orders to secure elections for the midterms?
And what are people saying?
90% say yes.
90% say yes. Okay.
Actually, it just spiked to 91.
There you go. Now, this is what Donald Trump has been saying about this soon-to-come executive order. You know, he's been talking about this for a while.
You can never have a real democracy with mail-in ballots. And we, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots. We're going to start with an executive order that's being written right now by the best lawyers in the country to end mail-in ballots because they're corrupt.
Yep. I mean, I believe that mail-in ballots are corrupt. I believe that the Democrats are doing everything they possibly can to cheat. But what about this Chinese influence? We mentioned this a few minutes ago in the 5 o'clock hour. What have the Chinese done to influence our elections? Because that would be, for Donald Trump, that is the justification, is that the Chinese tried to influence the 2020 elections. By the way, just real quick, you know what I find fascinating about all of this is that the Democrats have been hyperventilating since 2016 that the Russians and Donald Trump colluded to steal the election in 2016. Yet, there's nothing to the Chinese trying to influence our elections and influence campaigns. Well, the reality is that the Chinese have got some disinformation campaigns that they have done, AI-driven content as well. And by the way, you think that AI has gotten better since the last midterm election? Absolutely. So you've got AI-driven content as well. There is this 2023 U.S. intelligence report that said with high confidence that the Chinese attempted to influence the 2022 midterm elections. The Chinese have also, tried any number of things to try and influence our political campaigns. You've got disinformation campaigns, as I mentioned. As far as Donald Trump using the 2020 interference claim, Republicans, again, said that the Chinese did try to influence the campaign, and really the Republicans say that they did. A National Intelligence Council report says they thought about it, but they ultimately did not. But there's more to that Democrat talking point. I've got it straight ahead. 6:15, time to check the roads on WTN. All right, as far as your weather goes, it's going to be a really nice weekend. First of all, patchy fog this morning, warmer, mostly sunny with a high of 66. Getting warmer on Saturday with a high of 74, cooler with clouds in the low 60s on Sunday. Going to be a fantastic weekend. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. So there is evidence that China did try to interfere with the election of 2020, according to Kash Patel. Now, this is from the New York Post. Patel has now turned over a trove of documents to Congress detailing alleged Chinese campaign to meddle in the 2020 election. This involved thousands of bogus U.S. driver's licenses. Precise details about the alleged effort are murky, they say, but a confidential source alleged the Chinese plan to use driver's licenses for thousands of mail-in votes to benefit former Vice President Joe Biden, a spokesperson for the FBI explained to the New York Post. Authorities had caught wind of the alleged plot around August of 2020, but intelligence reports on it were recalled. In other words, basically stifled for reasons they say that are not fully clear, the spokesperson added. U.S. Customs and Border Protection seized almost 20,000 fake licenses around that time. I told you about this at the time. Chuck Grassley was all about this. They found the fake licenses. They knew that China was trying to influence the midterm elections. Everybody knows, of course, that, I should say the presidential election, everybody knows that Joe Biden far weaker on China than Donald Trump, and so clearly they wanted Joe Biden to win. Here's what Kash Patel said on X. The FBI has located documents which detail alarming allegations related to the 2020 U.S. election, including allegations of interference by the CCP. He says, I have immediately declassified the material and turned the documents over to Chairman Grassley for further review. And as we said a few minutes ago, basically what happened is you had the FBI back then during the Joe Biden presidency. They came out and they said, well, no, China, they're not really trying to influence our presidential campaign or our elections. That's what Christopher Wray said. Well, there was evidence directly contrary to what Christopher Wray was saying. The FBI, Joe Biden's FBI, spiked that investigation because they didn't want any evidence contrary to what Christopher Wray had testified to. And so there's a big, massive cover-up. Chuck Grassley, had raised concerns that the intelligence wasn't fully probed, despite evidence of the bogus U.S. driver's licenses, and pushed for the Bureau to revisit the matter. And so here we are, and it's all seems to me like it's kind of orchestrated. So Donald Trump is going to use China, their attempted influence at the 2020 election, and things have not gotten any better. Apparently, the Trump administration saying that they've only gotten worse. They say, thanks to the oversight work and partnership of Chairman Grassley, the FBI continues to provide unprecedented transparency at the People's Bureau. Kash Patel telling Just the News, which first reported on the story. To that end, we have located documents Chairman Grassley requested. So, yeah, there is an investigation into all of this, but the FBI halted it because Joe Biden's FBI director, Christopher Wray, had said that the Chinese did not try to interfere when there is direct evidence to the contrary. And so the Biden FBI basically stifled any kind of an investigation. So this is obviously concerning. And here's the thing. When Biden's FBI and the DOJ come out and they say, oh, yeah, there's nothing to see here. Friends, it is exactly opposite day. Whatever they say, I believe just the opposite.
And if you don't think it's still happening to some degree, former U.S. Air Force officer and pilot Gerald Eddie Brown Jr. was taken into FBI custody the other day. He's being charged with training Chinese military pilots.
There you go.
He served quite a while in the U.S. Air Force and a former F-35 Lightning instructor with decades of flying experience with military aircraft. And he was allegedly training Chinese pilots to fight against those he swore to protect.
So the guy behind all of this is a guy by the name of Peter Tickton. Now, This is a guy who is really close to Donald Trump. Here's what they say. He said, here's the quote to the Washington Post. Under the Constitution, it is the legislatures and the states that really control how a state conducts its elections. And the president doesn't have any power to do that, Tickton telling the Washington Post. But here we have a situation where the president is aware that there are foreign interests that are interfering in our election processes. That causes a national emergency where the president has to be able to deal with it. So here's what they want to do. Again, to put a bow on this, ban mail-in ballots nationwide, framing them as a vector for foreign influence. That makes sense. It absolutely makes sense. Restrict or ban electronic voting machines under the notion they can be compromised by foreign actors. I believe that is true as well. The president obviously believes it enough so that he can use that as justification. Withhold federal funding and certifications from any states or counties that are found to be operating in non-compliance. So some reporting says that we will have mandated ID as well. Some reporting does not actually say anything about using ID to vote and all that. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see where this whole thing goes. But really interesting. And there are a lot of people on the left obviously freaking out. If you want to go take the Daily Dan poll, watch us on YouTube, take the Daily Dan poll, and tell me if you believe the president is justified in trying to mandate that we do whatever we need to do to protect our elections. Sam, since I did this monologue, what is the latest numbers on YouTube?
Still at 91% yes.
91% yes, and only 9% no. And we're going to be talking about this off and on all morning long. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. And coming up in the news at 6:30, Joan Jones, what do we got?
Well, Congressman Andy Ogles has some new legislation out. It would target the Eileen Goos of the athletic world. We'll explain. Also, Warner Brothers apparently has a new owner this morning. Those stories at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. I want to tell you about my friends at Window Nation. They have a great deal going on. As a matter of fact, you've got to call Window Nation either today or tomorrow to take advantage of their great deal here in the month of February. Listen to all this. You can buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free. That sale continues today and tomorrow. So buy 4, get 4 windows free. You can also get them with 0 money down, 0 monthly payments, 0 interest for 2 years. You act right now. You mention my name. You can get 10% off for the month of February. But you've got to check them out right now, windownation.com. That is windownation.com. I've got, count them, 4 windows from Window Nation in my home, including 2 in my basement studio. They've got a 96% customer satisfaction rating and over 45,000 5-star reviews. So if you need to upgrade your home by upgrading your windows, you've got to give my friends at Window Nation a chance, because every month, they've got great ways to save you money. This month, buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free. You can also get 0 money down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. You act right now. You can get an extra 10% off. Find them online anytime. windownation.com. Schedule a fast, free estimate right now. windownation.com. Dan Mandis here, and really appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7, the Generator Super Center. Listen, if there's one thing that we've learned over the past couple of months is that we cannot count on NES or the government for anything, which is why I've reached out to my friends at the Generator Super Center to start figuring out my needs for a backup home standby generator. Now, what do these things do? Well, basically, if the power goes out in your neighborhood with one of these backup home standby generators, it turns your power right back on. So we've all learned the importance of generators over the past couple of months. If you've been speaking to your family about one of these backup generators, you've got to talk to the pros at the Generator Super Center. They are the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. This is a huge investment, not only, of course, in your home, but also your family's safety. We know what people went through here in Middle Tennessee with no power. Protect yourself, protect your family with my friends at the Generator Super Center. They do feature, by the way, expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. They're not going to leave you in the dark, and financing is available. Call them and tell them Dan told you to reach out at 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. Find them online anytime. Generator Super Center of Nashville.com. Generator Super Center of Nashville.com. Man, a lot of great comments on my monologue in the previous segment. And I'll get to some of them, including somebody who is a former election official here in the state of Tennessee. So we'll talk about that. Also, there has been a big development in our discussions with Iran. And the big development is that there are no developments. The conversation has basically cratered. So we're going to talk about that as well. I got a lot going on here on Super Talk 99.7. By the way, Joan, Super Texter 4359 is saying, then you might want to check this out. This just happened. A car has rolled over on Interstate 40 heading west near the 840 exit. So That is from one of the super texters. And
yeah, check that out.
yeah, it's apparently just happened.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Very good. All right. It is 6:30. Super Talk 99.7 WTN and news with Joe and Jones right now.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And Congressman Andy Ogles has a new bill that would target certain athletes like Eileen Gu. She's the American-born freestyle skier who represented China in the Olympics. That bill would create a new federal tax set at 100% on U.S. citizens who compete in major global events on behalf of foreign entities, including China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. Now, that bill is called, listen to this, officially limiting yearly money procured by individuals concerning sportsmanship. Really long, right? Well, it spells out Olympics. It's the Olympics Act.
How do they do that?
I don't know.
How do they do that, Joan? There's like an entire department that does just that.
The interns make up those. I'm sure of it.
Yes.
Ogles is telling Outkick today that there must be consequences for those who betray the U.S. and support our adversaries. Well, there's no ruling yet from an Obama-appointed judge here in Nashville who heard arguments from the DOJ yesterday over whether pursuing human smuggling charges against Kilmar Abrego Garcia was vindictive. His lawyers say those charges were brought against Garcia after the DOJ was forced to bring him back from that CCOT prison in El Salvador. The DOJ, however, said it was clear that Abrego Garcia was transporting a van full of men that was pulled over by Highway Patrol in eastern Tennessee in 2022. We don't know when to expect that ruling. Well, the fight over buying Warner Brothers has taken a major turn.
A potential mega merger that could dramatically alter the media landscape. Netflix has backed out of its bid to buy Warner Brothers Discovery, paving the way for rival Paramount Skydance to take over. The company said it would not raise its offer after Warner Brothers determined Paramount's new bid of $31 per share was a superior proposal. That amounts to a $111 billion offer.
And that is ABC's Andrea Fujii. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 632, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at Brentwood Jewelry. Listen, I've been there a number of different times. Some of my favorite jewelry and some of Amy's favorite jewelry, all bought at Brentwood Jewelry. Now, this is the official jewelry store of the Mandis House, and so anytime you need a great gift for a great person, a special gift for a special person, my friends at Brentwood Jewelry, man, they can hook you up. They've been doing it for over 50 years. And so if you need an engagement ring, if you need a great holiday gift, if you need a birthday gift, check out my friends at Brentwood Jewelry. Again, they've been doing it for over 50 years, proudly serving the Brentwood community with exceptional style and exceptional deals every single day. They are a family-owned and operated business spanning 3 generations, deeply rooted in this community. From Salem service in Special Forces to his son serving as local firefighters, the Amamali family, they are dedicated to giving back. They are amazing. And not only are they clearly fans of WTN, but they are fans of America. And this is a great Tennessee family. So check them out. Brentwood Jewelry, 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Find them online anytime, BrentwoodJewelry.com.
Yeah, confirmed that crash in Lebanon this morning on 40 westbound at the I-840 exit. That's 235. That crash is confirmed, and it's causing a backup there in that area as you're heading westbound, approaching I-840. Now, it looks like it's pretty slow too in Whites Creek because of a paving project. They've got just one lane on 24 westbound between Old Hickory Boulevard and Whites Creek, and that one lane available to traffic. All the rest of it is under construction. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Looks like the Iranian negotiations have ended and nothing was accomplished. This is from the Associated Press. Iran and the United States held hours of indirect negotiation Thursday over Tehran's nuclear program, walking away without a deal, leaving the danger of another Mideast war on the table as the U.S. has gathered a massive fleet of aircraft and warships in the region. So now the question is, what will Donald Trump do? By the way, I did a whole thing on Donald Trump using an executive order to try to protect the midterm elections. We did do the daily Dan poll on YouTube. Overwhelmingly, those listening and watching on YouTube and taking the poll say, yes, Trump should use an executive order to try to safeguard the elections. I told you all about that. One guy very quickly, 3994, says, absolutely yes. He says, I have worked the elections in Nashville. There are some very dishonest people on the left that are those sitting on the election commission that do things dishonestly. And I witness, he says, I'm a witness of it. And so, I mean, nobody is... I don't know. That doesn't surprise me at all. Does that surprise you? No. So now we have a situation where Donald Trump is thinking that he is going to try anyway to use an executive order to safeguard those elections, and we'll continue to talk about that and
hey, Dan,
a whole lot more.
I'm just reading here that the Justice Department's suing 5 more states for failing to hand over their voter registration list. So that kind of adds to
it.
That
Absolutely
body of
adds to it. What are they afraid of? Now Jones triggered me. But what are they afraid of, Joan?
Yeah, and so it's now 29 states plus the District of Columbia that are being sued by the Justice Department. And you know that these are all blue states.
Do you know what's so funny, Joan? I was going to ask you, is there any state that is conservative that is refusing to hand over the voter rolls? Did they say, by the way, Joan?
It's not just it's also the SNAP benefit program rolls, too, that they refuse to hand over, if I'm not mistaken.
So what is the justification that they're using to not hand over the voter rolls? I mean,
it's private voter data.
BS. You know what? If you ask your kids, hey, let me see your phone. No. You know they've got something to hide, right?
Now you're going to want to see it 5 times more than you previously did.
Well, because you're automatically suspicious.
Yeah.
You're automatically suspicious, and I guarantee you the states that are refusing to hand over the voter rolls is going to be, California, Illinois, Massachusetts. I mean, the state of Washington. I could go on and on.
Kansas is one of the states.
Kansas?
Deeply red. Yeah.
All right. But and what they're saying is because it's private data. Is that their justification?
So from an organization called newsfromthestates.com, at least 4 states with Republican chief election officials have offered public data, but not the sensitive information like driver's licenses and partial Social Security numbers that are being sought by the Justice Department.
All right. It just makes them look more guilty. But whatever.
It does. It certainly does. I mean, why would you not want safe voter elections?
Because they got to cheat, Joan.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you know that. I'm being somewhat sarcastic. So, yeah, and this is going to be a big battle if Donald Trump, and by the way, I think I did mention during that monologue, Trump has not actually said that he is going to utilize this particular executive order. He has alluded to it in the past. We'll have to wait and see what happens. There's a lot of, you know what's in the news today, Joan?
What's that?
A lot of wait and see.
You know, isn't that so weird? Yes, there is a lot of wait and see.
Yeah, is Donald Trump going to, utilize an executive order to safeguard the elections? Will Donald Trump bomb Iran? So apparently, Oman's foreign minister, who mediated the talks in Geneva, it's so funny. He did say there has been significant progress in the negotiation, but others are reporting there was absolutely no progress that was made. So this is, and you know what, Iran, they're still talking big. That's what they do. Who was it? Somebody, I forget who it was. Stephen Bucci, maybe, said that one of the reasons why Iran likes to bloviate about, the United States, the great Satan, whatever, is because not only are they trying to portray toughness to the world, but they're also trying to portray toughness to the people of Iran, of course, because we know that there's been an uprising. By the way, our favorite senator, one of our favorite senators, John Kennedy, got up yesterday in the Senate and sounds like he is advocating for the president to take out the Ayatollah. Need some audio.
I'll tell you what the Ayatollah believes. He's Muslim, but his strain of Islam says that if you do not agree with his interpretation of God, then you deserve to die. And he acts on that belief.
Well, and let's also not forget that in Iran, if you stand up to the government, even if you are of that particular brand of Islam, if you stand up to the government, then you are to be killed. Although I believe that most of the protesters, if not all of the protesters, were more than likely moderates. But whatever. Here's the point, is that the government has admitted to killing, I think it was, 30,000 people when those protests were going on? They say that just before the talks ended, Iranian state television reported that Tehran was determined to continue enriching uranium, rejected proposals to transfer it abroad, and sought the lifting of international sanctions, indicating it was not prepared to meet Donald Trump's demands. But I think that what Trump is trying to do is he's trying to exhaust every single possibility for a peaceful resolution.
He wants to kill Americans and Israelis and anybody who does not believe in his jihad and drink our blood out of a boot. And he's acted on that. And that's not acceptable.
No, that's John Kennedy making the case before the Senate that Donald Trump should do whatever he needs to do to take care of Iran's nuclear ambitions. Got a little bit more on this coming up. It is 6:45. Got a big problem on 40. Time to check the roads on WTN. All right, as far as your weather goes, it looks like it's going to be patchy fog this morning, warmer, mostly sunny with a high of 66. Getting warmer on Saturday with a high of 74, cooler with clouds in the low 60s on Sunday. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, if you're there, do we know how bad that accident on 40 westbound is? Because it was an overturned car.
It's an overturned car, and fortunately there is a camera out there, but it shows traffic moving okay from the camera position that I have, which may be past where the accident is. But yeah, the traffic is moving. However, it is a serious accident. The traffic center is saying that it's 3 left lanes are blocked off right now, I-40 westbound at I-840 because of this overturned vehicle.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Joan. 6:45. By the way, headline from CNN. I'm talking about this. Iran and the U.S. to resume talks over Iran's nuclear future next week. And just highlighting some audio from the senator from Louisiana, John Kennedy. who is advocating for us to go in, maybe as soon as this weekend, who knows. Remember one of the things that Donald Trump does? He's always about the surprise, right? So he's all about the art of the deal, negotiating, but then when the time comes and he's made up his mind, he may say it's going to happen within the next 30 days, and then boom, he takes care of the problem. So this is more from John Kennedy.
We're not trying to start a war in Iran. The president is trying to end a war in Iran. If the Ayatollah gets a nuclear weapon, he will use it. He could use it against America. He could use it against Israel. I don't know who he'll use it against, and I hope I'm wrong, but he will use it. And you know what else will happen? As soon as he gets a nuclear weapon, Saudi Arabia is going to get a nuclear weapon, and the UAE is going to get a nuclear weapon.
Mm-hmm.
And Japan's going to get a nuclear weapon, and South Korea, and I could go on and on and on.
Well, and we've seen those kinds of things happen before. In an interview with Iranian state television, Iran's foreign minister said the talks with the U.S. were some of the country's most intense and longest rounds of negotiation. The White House did not immediately respond to a request for a comment. We've got U.S. Special Middle East Envoy Steve Witkoff held multiple rounds of talks, not only this year, here in the last week, but also last year, that ended up collapsing after Israel launched its war against Iran in June. So we'll have to see where this whole thing goes. One of the things as we continue to talk about this, just very briefly, because the talks are going to continue next week, but there is that question that everyone keeps asking, which is, okay, so Donald Trump and the Trump administration, back when we attacked Iran months ago, said that their nuclear capability was obliterated. So what has changed? So the Trump administration, because that has been a conversation, the Trump administration came back and basically said, yeah, but there are indications that they are trying to rebuild what we destroyed. And that is why there is, again, this conversation about taking out not only whatever nuclear capabilities they have, but perhaps even more as far as going into Iran and trying to take out their leadership. And we all know, we've talked about it ad nauseum, about taking out the leadership, the possibility of a power vacuum. You're going to have all of these different religious organizations in there and people trying to take over Iran, and that could lead to even more violence in this already violence-prone state. Here's more from John Kennedy.
But that's not the only thing the Ayatollah has done since he became the Ayatollah. He exports terrorism. He was the person behind Hamas and Hezbollah that have killed so many people throughout the world, not just in the Middle East, but across the world, including but not limited to Americans. That's why we ought to care. The Ayatollah also has conventional ballistic missiles and is building more as we speak. Now, those missiles can't reach America yet, but they're working on one, and they can sure reach our military bases in the Middle East.
You know, he presents and again, he's one of my favorites. He presents a very convincing argument for us to go into Iran. But I'm telling you, I'm just not there yet. I'm not. I know a lot of you folks are not there yet either, because I can see beyond just, and as I've said many times, this isn't about taking out Maduro. This is about regime change, and Iran's tentacles, the Ayatollah's tentacles are so deep in Iran that it's going to be really, really hard for, regime change, if you will, because the Ayatollah and all of these radical Islamists that run the nation of Iran, they're deeply, deeply embedded. And they've already said they will not go quietly.
Put down the nuclear weapons. Put down the nuclear enrichment. Stop exporting terrorism to Hamas and Hezbollah. End your missile program. Stop killing and torturing your people. That's all we want. And he's doing that as we speak. He's at war. We're trying to stop it.
Okay.
Little Jeff Dunham there.
Little Ahmed the terrorist there. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
very good. So anyway, I think are most people, hit me up on the text line, because it is my opinion that most people who listen to WTN, they are not on board with going into Iran. I don't even think Donald Trump is on board with going into Iran. You know what the thing is? I don't want to upset the apple cart right now. The economy's looking pretty good. We've got midterm elections to focus on. I understand that there's things to worry about with Iran, but this is a mess that we don't necessarily need to get into. Our allies in the region, they don't necessarily want us to go into Iran. They may support us, but they're telling the president that they don't want him to go into Iran. But you see different stories from, different, media outlets saying, well, the president is getting support from the leaders in the region that are our allies. That Israel is all about going into Iran. Don't really get me started on that. But I don't know. I don't want to upset the apple cart on this. I don't want to get into what I would, assume would ultimately end up being a forever war, because Donald Trump has said that he doesn't want to get involved in those. The big question is, how easy would it be to do whatever it is that Donald Trump wants to do? Every person that I've interviewed on this, every person that I've read on this, every person that has spoken about this has said that it's the attack is one thing, but what happens afterwards, and that's the problem that we face. And that's a problem I've still not yet received what I would say is a legitimate answer, or an answer that would convince me that we wouldn't be stuck in I don't know if I want to use the word quagmire or whatever, but we're going to be stuck in there for a long time if we ultimately end up going in. And right now, I think after the State of the Union and with the state of the economy, I think that right now, Republicans and conservatives, we do have the momentum heading into the midterm elections. I don't want to fool with Iran right now. I just don't see where the end game is something that we're going to be able to achieve in the long term unless we are there for the long term with boots on the ground. 6:53, Joan's got the news at 7. Joan.
Yeah, coming up, a tip led police to a volunteer working at a Dixon County school. That volunteer is a convicted sex offender. Also, fans of The Wire are mourning the death of one of its stars today. Those stories at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. At 6:54, Dan Mandis here for USS United Structural Systems. These folks have been there for me for a couple of times, and they've been here for Middle Tennessee for years and years and years. So we all know what's going on right now. If you are still recovering from the snow and the ice, they can help you with a flooded home and a weakened infrastructure. So since way back in 1994, this is what I love about USS. They've got Scoreboard. Since 1994, they've been helping thousands of families and businesses restore their homes after foundation damage. You know where that damage comes from is the crazy weather like what we just had. Now, year after year, tens of thousands of Middle Tennesseans have been helped by United Structural Systems. From schools to homes and community involvement, USS has been huge in times of trouble and despair. And right now, they are helping to build their 10th Habitat for Humanity home. 25 USS volunteers, they're going to be out in force getting her done for a needy family in Ashland City. Now, how can USS help you? If you've got foundation or water issues, go with the company tied to our community, United Structural Systems. Gain peace of mind with USS and their foundation repair and waterproofing services. Find them online, USSTN.com. Tell them I told you to reach out. USSTN.com, 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855. Hey, Joan.
Yeah.
About 80-20.
For
80-20, 80% stay the heck out of Iran.
Yeah, I figured that.
20% saying, yeah, we need to go in. We need to take care of them MFers once and for all. And listen, that is a perfectly legit argument.
I think it's 100% on our side if we can do it without boots on the ground.
Well, yeah, I would agree with that.
You
I just
know-
don't see how we do it without boots on the ground. Do you?
Well, we did it without boots on the ground in June. Operation Midnight Hammer.
Yeah,
was
but
done.
Operation Midnight Hammer was not looking for regime change, which is ultimately what Donald Trump wants.
I say you DoorDash them some guns to the resistance movement.
Follow the Israeli. Remember when they did the pagers?
Well,
I mean,
I was going to say you could take a page out of Joe Biden's book and take some military equipment and then leave it there.
Yeah, and let the resistance in Iran fight their own battle.
Yeah,
and let I'm sure Israel would be more than willing to help one way or another.
Yeah.
So anyway, but yeah, and people feel very passionate about this as well. So appreciate everyone's passion on this. We've got a lot more straight ahead. Super text line is open 615-737-9986 615-737-WWTN.
hello there. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And in Dixon County, a school volunteer has been arrested after police realized that he had been working there despite having been a convicted sex offender involving children. News 2's Peyton Kennedy reports Robert Hankins had been working at Greater Things Christian School for years.
The TBI says some of his time on campus includes setting up sound equipment for events and announcing a flag football game. The most recent situation was in January when it's reported Hankins cleared the parking lot with his tractor.
Authorities were alerted to Hankins' role at the school by a tipster who called police. He's been charged with knowingly remaining on school property, and that's a federal charge. Your phone may have sounded an alert around midnight. That's what's called a blue alert. It's issued when a violent suspect is on the loose after a police officer is seriously injured or killed in the line of duty. Now, in this case, it was a Memphis police officer who was shot.
Mark and get well and stand by with this accident work. We just had an officer involved shooting. I need someone to go over there. I'll have him call me later.
And that's how it sounded last night in Memphis when an officer was shot. And the suspect is 40-year-old Danielle Maxwell escaped. Now, he's wanted for the attempted first-degree murder of a police officer. Maxwell's girlfriend admitted she drove him to another location after the shooting. She's now detained. The officer is in critical but stable condition at last check, and he is expected to survive. An apparent mistake in the skies around El Paso, Texas, after a military laser was used to shoot down a drone being flown by Customs and Border Patrol. If this sounds familiar, it is. You'll remember recently the El Paso airport shut down by the FAA for the same type of incident. Here's ABC's Hannah Battah.
The first resulted in a shutdown of the El Paso airport. Pentagon says it has been working with Border Protection to stop drones from drug cartels. Experts are questioning why there seems to be a lack of communication between the government agencies.
Yeah, and the FAA is saying that no commercial airlines were the subject of that or affected by what happened last night. And the Wire star Bobby J. Brown has died. Fox News is reporting he got into the barn at his residence in St. Mary's County, Maryland, to jumpstart a car. And then he called his wife, who was in the home, to bring a fire extinguisher. She got there. She said the barn was fully engulfed in flames, and he was unable to get out. She suffered burns on her arms and hands. Bobby J. Brown was 62 years old. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. And stock futures this morning are sharply lower. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. A lot of super texters talking about the accident this morning on 40 westbound at the I-840 exit number 235. That crash is now over to the shoulder, but it is slow from the Sparta Pike area through I-840. You've also got a crash on the South Loop. It's I-65 southbound past I-40 south, and that is also into the right shoulder. And it's paving work going on in Whites Creek on 24 West between Old Hickory Boulevard North and Whites Creek Pike, and just one lane open to traffic there. Traffic area. Oh, and one other thing. There is some fog this morning, mostly in the areas of Upper Cumberland, the Manchester, McMinnville area this morning. Pretty foggy. Careful as you're driving on I-24. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends, and hope you are doing well, and welcome on into your Friday. Nashville's Morning News is powered by Tennessee National Golf and Waterfront Community. Man, we are looking at a really good weekend, and yes, indeed, it is Friday, so let's get out and enjoy it as quickly as we can. Joan, how are you feeling about the midterm elections on this Friday? You feeling positive? I said earlier that I'm actually feeling really positive for the midterm elections. I think good things are ahead.
I do too. I really do too. And I think that it really helped, the State of the Union really helped to separate the wheat from the chaff, as they say. You know, it really showed the difference between the Republicans and the Democrats and their dark, evil hearts.
Yes, their dark, evil hearts is a great way to put it. And, you know, I think that, and we had E.J. Antoni yesterday talking about the economy. He's not the only one that is saying that the economy is showing really good signs of recovery, and we've got months before November 3rd. So I think you're right, Joan. I think that, you know, people talk about, you know, Donald Trump and 3D chess. It is clear that when Trump is playing chess or that 3D chess, the other side is playing checkers. And so when you look at how the Democrats reacted to that moment where Donald Trump said, stand up if you believe that it is the government's first job to protect its citizens, and you had all of these conservatives stand up and applaud, and you had all of those Democrats just sitting there doing nothing, bumps on logs, looking like they're sucking on a lemon like Nancy Pelosi, screaming at the president like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. They just can't help themselves. And I love it. So now this headline from the Washington Post. GOP stays competitive for the midterms, according to the Washington Post. So the State of the Union, really does mark, as you know, and we talked about this, it really does mark the beginning of the midterm election cycle. And how do the Republicans look? Not terrible, according to, again, an unlikely source, the Washington Post. So just briefly with some numbers, Trump is, we all know, if you believe in the polling, whatever. I'm going to keep this short because I know that some of you are yelling at the radio. Trump is not popular and has had some negative numbers, registered voters recently. But here's the thing. Those numbers are actually now starting to get better. The problem, according to the Washington Post, is that Americans simply don't trust Democrats to handle the nation's biggest problems. And gee, I wonder why. It's because they behave like children. If the midterm elections were held today, registered voters are nearly split between Republicans and Democrats. Again, if the election were held today. Now, the reason why that is important is because traditionally, history shows, everyone knows, that history is not on the Republican side. Usually the party in power ends up losing in the midterm elections. That is just something that happens. We all know that that happens. But listen to this one line, because I pulled this one line because I find it really interesting. Because it's meant to be an insult, but it's really a positive to me. Donald Trump's overall disapproval rating is at 60%. This is important. Donald Trump's overall disapproval rating is at 60%, marking the highest numerical disapproval of his second term and matching his disapproval rating as he left office after his first term in January of 2021. So Donald Trump is just as unpopular now, they say, as he was when he left office in January of 2021. Do you know what that tells me? That tells me that clearly good things are ahead because Donald Trump was ultimately reelected for president, right? Now, I do understand Donald Trump is not on the ballot, so on and so forth, and I do understand that. But that tells you that even though Donald Trump is not on the ballot and he is incredibly unpopular, here's the deal. The American people remember what it was like under Democrat rule. It was horrible. And so it's going to take a lot for the Democrats to rebuild that trust. Now, here's my question. Did you see anything in their behavior during the midterm elections? Did you see anything that would rebuild that trust during the State of the Union? No. They behaved horribly. And they didn't do anything to rebuild that trust with the American people. So when you look at the wide open borders, when you look at the well over 9% inflation rate, when you look at the crime that happened under the Biden administration, when you look at when you look at the gaslighting, when you look at the complete and utter lie that they told regarding Joe Biden's cognitive decline, all of these things, they're still behaving like that, folks. And so the American people see that, and they don't trust the Democrat Party. And so Donald Trump may be as unpopular as he ever has been, but when he was unpopular the first time, guess what happened? He got reelected. So I don't think that anything, I'm not going to say that, all is not lost. I think that we still have a really good chance at the midterm elections. And I'm really pumped for 2028. I mean, I'm really pumped for a number of different reasons. Some of which I just talked about, but also because I do believe, Chris and I were talking about this the other day, where you talk about even the, we've got the big two, right? We've got J.D. Vance, we've got Marco Rubio. And so those are the big two candidates for the presidential election in 2028. But even when you look at our B team, I would say Glenn Youngkin is part of the B team, former governor for the state of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin, or Ron DeSantis. Even our B team kicks the crap out of their A team. Because I could see a Glenn Youngkin or a Ron DeSantis kicking the crap out of Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris. I mean, easy peasy. I mean, there's some audio out there today of Gavin Newsom. I played it earlier, of Newsom sounding especially dumb. And, by the way, also especially worried. I've got that for you and a whole lot more straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, it is going to be really nice this weekend. We're talking about patchy fog this morning, going to be warmer, mostly sunny, a high of 66. Getting warmer Saturday with a high of 74, cooler with clouds in the lower 60s. That is going to be on Sunday. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's.
One more thing, Dan,
yes.
about the weather.
Yes.
There's a dense fog advisory this morning until 10 o'clock, but a lot of people on the super text line are saying that out in Lebanon, where that accident occurred, that the fog is especially thick, down to like a quarter of a mile, maybe an eighth of a mile visibility. So there are spots to the east of Nashville, especially the Upper Cumberland area, where it's pretty dense fog this morning.
All right, thank you, Joan. And traffic, it's Friday, so traffic is traditionally lighter.
Lighter, yeah.
How's the backup, though, on that accident westbound 40?
Getting better, because it's now off to the shoulder, so now the backup is much better.
All right, very good. Thank you, Joan. 7:16. J.D. Vance, on his biggest struggle at the State of the Union, this is what he had to say. And again, this is J.D. Vance and what he had to say about the Democrats and their behavior.
That they were doing. And I got to tell you, of course, I've got the best seat in the House in many ways, right? I'm sitting right next to the Speaker of the House. I'm sitting right behind the President of the United States. And I've got one internal monologue going on, one thought in my head the whole time, which is don't make a stupid face for 2 hours, which is hard for me.
Well, you know what? When you're watching the Democrats behave the way that they are, the last thing you want to do is distract from what they're doing. And I think that the president did such a great job at basically lassoing them in. I want to play this audio. This is Wesley Hunt. And Wesley Hunt, he is a Republican out of Texas. I really like Wesley Hunt. He's talking to Stephen A. Smith, and they're talking about Gavin Newsom. Now, we know that what Gavin Newsom said in front of black voters, I had a 960 SAT, and I can't read, right? Everybody knows that. Even Democrats, I don't know if you've seen this, Joan, but even Democrats are face-palming over what Gavin Newsom said.
Oh, yeah.
This is Wesley Hunt. It's a longer cut, so I'm going to stop and start. But this is Wesley Hunt talking to Stephen A. Smith, because even Stephen A. Smith said, what in the world was Gavin Newsom thinking?
Gavin Newsom, I can feel one way about it. How did you feel about it?
I call it the soft bigotry of low expectations. There are a lot of black men and women that aren't like that. A lot of us really did study hard. We really did work very hard. You see, I had parents that believed in education. We had a sign in our house that said Jesus plus education equals success. There's a reason why my brother, sister, and I all went to West Point. There's a reason why I earned 3 master's degrees and 4 years from Cornell University. My brother is a Harvard Business School graduate. My sister has her master's degree in applied mathematics. It was a West Point instructor while both my brother and I were cadets, and we were black doing it the entire time. And so when you say that I can't read and I have a 960 SAT, the insinuation that you are putting on all black people is that we are a monolith, is that this is how you view us. This is what you really think about us. And look, I understand some of it may have been a little bit tongue-in-cheek and he was pandering to an audience, but for whatever reason, I see a lot of pandering that comes from the left. I think about Hillary Clinton carrying hot sauce in her purse.
Remember we talked about that?
Yes.
We talked about that. But the thing
I like
is,
how he says that I was black doing it the whole time.
He was black doing it the whole time, and you're right. And, Wesley Hunt, I've always liked Wesley Hunt. But here's the thing. Why can't, instead of just pandering to the black community, which is, as Wesley Hunt said, what Gavin Newsom was doing, instead of just pandering, why can't Gavin Newsom just be himself?
Does Gavin Newsom know who he is? Like, who is Gavin Newsom to himself? I feel like he's not in touch with who he is at all.
He went to college on a baseball scholarship, if I'm not mistaken. And when he stopped being able to be a baseball player, his identity faded out of existence.
Well, he seems to have that classic politician syndrome or affliction where
the any man syndrome.
Yeah. You don't know who he is, and you don't know how he really feels, and you don't really know what he would really do. It's just like Abigail Spanberger, right? It's the same thing. She said one thing. We've been talking about her the last couple of days. She said one thing on the campaign trail. Now she's doing something completely different in the state of Virginia. Gavin Newsom has been trying desperately. Remember that a couple, 2-3 weeks, Joan, where Newsom was trying to come off as a moderate, and it failed miserably?
Yes.
Gavin Newsom has several problems. Number one, You just look at the man, and he looks and he sounds like you can't trust him. Number two, he's willing to say anything to anybody for a vote, as we have seen in the last week or so. But there's also the issue of competence. Like, California is like a graveyard for his incompetencies. I mean, they are everywhere, from the train that goes to nowhere, to the homes from the fires that have not been rebuilt, to all of the people that have been killed by illegal aliens, to the fraud that has been going on in California as well. If there's one state that really is a state that defines the corruption and the incompetence of the Democrat Party, it is the state of California.
And you didn't even have to use homelessness.
Homelessness! Thank you, Sam. Homelessness as well. How many millions of dollars did
was it 25 million?
We talked about this before. Remember this, Joan? $25 million?
Oh, yeah.
That was, or something like that, that was earmarked for homelessness. They don't know where the money went, and it got worse.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say million. How silly of me.
Was it billion?
24 to 37 billion.
That's unbelievable.
It's sick. It's sick.
That's just since 2019?
Yeah. So, when Wesley Hunt starts throwing down on Gavin Newsom, he's absolutely right.
In her purse. I think about Joe Biden saying, if you don't vote for me, then you ain't black. I think about Kathy Hochul talking about, black kids don't even know what a computer is. And I see these kinds of things and I just shake my head. That is not who we are as a people.
It's like the Nashville's Morning News greatest hits. We've talked about all of these.
Now, Stephen, you talk about you didn't do good on your SATs, but you have a pretty extensive vocabulary, as I have heard over the years. So clearly you're an astute man and you have studied quite a bit. But that's just it. We are not the same, and you have to understand why that's insulting to people like me. Gavin, you're not like me. I studied my butt off to get here. I worked my butt off to get here. Hard work, grit, determination, and I'm standing on my own 2 feet as a black man that represents a white majority district that President Trump would have won by 20 points, and I won by 25 points because I'm being judged not by the color of my skin, but by the content of my character. And there are a lot of conservative white people and black people and Hispanic people that voted for me, but under no circumstances are you going to just belittle us by assuming that all black people have a 960 SAT and we could barely read.
Wesley Hunt, man, throwing it down. Again, I've always liked Wesley Hunt.
Other thing is, he also looks like he could break Gavin Newsom in half.
He could. Let's see. He was military.
Yeah,
I don't know the preciseness of his military career, but I know that he went to West Point and he was in the military. So,
and he's proud of the fact that while he was at West Point, he stayed in the Robert E. Lee dormitories.
Yes,
I love that he brings that up because he gets to say that that's part of his history and his legacy.
Exactly. So, and I think he's got a huge political future ahead of him. He's very young. Wesley Hunt is still very young. I think he's probably in his 40s. So, anyway, definitely
he's so smart. He's so smart, and he talks. Not like he doesn't have the Jasmine Crockett, swing in her talk when she's addressing one crowd or another.
There's street Jasmine, and then there's private school Jasmine.
And he doesn't have the dripping with insincerity that Gavin Newsom does. He's just a smart guy.
Let's see here. Eric says, yes, Wesley Hunt is my choice for VP president one day soon. 6226 says, Dan, the Democrats have a relatability problem. I think that's true. Do you think that's true? Because they don't act or believe like normal people, right? They don't act normal. I mean, that is certainly clear. And when you look at the relatability problem, I think that goes to the 80-20 issues, right? So 80% of the American people, probably a lot more, want legit elections. They support ID for voting and registering to vote and all that. People want still to see mass deportation like Donald Trump ran on. That's an 80-20 issue, and the Democrats are against that as well. The Democrats are against, streets being safe because they favor policies that favor the criminals. And so that's why the Democrats do have 6226, that relatability problem, because the American people are like, you believe what? On all of these different issues. Running late, 7:25, and Joan's got the news at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, Dan, a big drug bust in Nashville. Also, the Pentagon's deadline at 5 o'clock today, and it has to do with AI and the military. We'll explain coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. 725, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at Stoltz Co. Now, this is one of my favorite advertisers because you know what I like about the people that listen to WTN is when they go to my advertisers, the people that I support, they'll tell me about it. And I get all kinds of feedback on Stoltz Co. Now, this is a great Tennessee company. They do continue to grow and expand. So you know that they build pole barns, and that these pole barns, they can serve as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, even barn dominiums. Now, these barn dominiums, you can live in these barn dominiums, and these days, those barn dominiums, courtesy of Stoltz Co., they are new and improved turnkey options. Now, that means that they handle the design, the construction, and the amazing finishing touches. You turn the key and you are home thanks to my friends at Stoltz Co. And by the way, they do also now offer storm shelters to keep you and your family safe. Now, your new pole barn from Stoltz Co., it can be used for anything you want. So if you have some land that needs a building for whatever you want, call my friends at Stoltz Co. That phone number, please tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out at 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. You can also find them on Instagram and Facebook to see examples of their incredible work around Middle Tennessee. STOLTZCO, StoltzCo.com.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. In Metro Nashville, police hailing a drug bust in South Nashville Tuesday that came after a traffic stop.
Police say Tuesday night, a Chevy Silverado was pulled over for a traffic stop after running a red light. That stop later led officers to the driver's home where they found more drugs. Officers also saw 2 other suspects stowing drugs into a truck.
That's News 2's Kenley Hargett, who spoke with Lieutenant Shannon Haflin at the Cheatham County Sheriff's Office about the latest drug trends.
In Cheatham County, we have seen a significant decrease in the number of overdose fatalities since Donald Trump has taken over.
The Pentagon has given Anthropic until close of business today to agree to its terms for using artificial intelligence in the military, or the Pentagon is going to terminate its partnership.
You've probably used ChatGPT before, I am assuming, but you may not have used a similar AI tool called Claude, and that's made by the company Anthropic. It is one of the biggest AI companies in the world, and its technology is so advanced that even the U.S. military uses
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio, Anthropic's CEO, says he cannot give a consent as it is. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Think of Jones, 733, Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here, lifelong dog owner, and I've seen all kinds of behaviors with my animals, and I bet that you have too. Now, if you have a dog that needs some behavior training, my buddy Jeff and his crew at Ridgeside Canine Nashville, they can help you. I do call them the dog whisperers. They've helped thousands of dogs and their owners over the last 25 years solve behavioral issues. They can help you as well. Again, I've had so many dogs with aggression issues and potty problems, anxiety, basic obedience. Now, they can help you help your precious dog with just about anything. I'm telling you, friends, your dog, if you've got a dog that needs help, your dog is worth checking out my friends at Ridgeside Canine Nashville. Now, what I love about these folks is that they believe that owner education is just as important as dog training. And long-term success with your dog begins with you. And yes, Ridgeside Canine Nashville as well. They've got a lifetime support guarantee. They are there for you 24/7. So call Jeff today. Ridgeside Canine Nashville, 615-878-0380, 615-878-0380. Visit rsk9nash.com. That's the letter K, the number 9, rsk9nash.com. Ridgeside Canine Nashville, veteran-owned, proven results, and guaranteed for life. Dan Mandis here, and it is 7:35 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Mark Spain Real Estate. Sell your home with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Choose when you want to move. There is no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Now, with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can skip the uncertainty of a traditional home sale and sell your home fast for all cash in as little as 21 days. Now, one of their clients, BR, says that Mark Spain Real Estate sold their home within 30 days. They received 4 offers in just 1 week. And thanks to them, the process was by far the easiest and the quickest. I would definitely recommend Mark Spain Real Estate to my friends and family. And that's BR, and I'm Dan, and I couldn't agree more. I'm always impressed with how easy Mark Spain Real Estate makes selling a home. For 30 years, Mark Spain Real Estate has been serving families just like yours, and they've helped over 72,000 satisfied clients. You can trust the most experienced real estate team in America to sell your home stress-free and for the most money. Call them 855-299-SOLD or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
looks pretty jammed up on 24 westbound as you make your way through the Laverne area this morning. Normal volume delays, though. You've got Jolton, Tennessee, the 24 westbound lanes at Harper Road Overpass. That's where a crash is. Donaldson, Briley Parkway northbound at Elm Hill Pike, exit 7, there's an accident. And paving in Whites Creek on the westbound lanes of 24, Old Hickory Boulevard north to Whites Creek Pike, and just one lane open to traffic there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.738 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to Nashville's Morning News for Friday, powered by Tennessee National Golf and Waterfront Community. So is Bill, hey, do we know, Joan, what time Bill Clinton is going to start his testimony?
Yeah, I could look it up, but yesterday it was in the 9 o'clock hour, 9 o'clock Eastern time. So,
okay, so...
yeah, something like that. Well, everybody came to the microphones, first the Republicans and then the Democrats. So once it actually gets started behind doors, behind closed doors is kind of iffy. So let me look it up.
All right, very good. Well, yesterday was Hillary's turn, and, she came out swinging in her deposition. So we're going to go through some of the things that were discussed. First of all, there was a bit of a controversy. Apparently, Lauren Boebert snapped the picture of Hillary and sent it to Benny Johnson. He posts that picture and all heck breaks loose. Now, it seems to me like Hillary was a little prickly, as a matter of fact. She was there for, what'd you say, Joan?
I just laughed at the notion that Hillary was prickly, just yesterday? I mean, she seems like she's prickly all the time.
I think she's been prickly ever since the day that Bill Clinton walked into her life, and probably before. Anyway, her opening statement was exactly as you would expect. She blasted Donald Trump, asked why they were not investigating the president. She said that she never met Jeffrey Epstein. This is how the Daily Mail frames it. Hillary said, if the majority were serious, it would not waste time on fishing expeditions. There's too much that needs to be done. What is being held back, she says, who is being protected, and why the cover-up. Despite her denials of any Epstein relationship, Hillary received a $20,000 donation from the disgraced pedophile in 1999 when she was fundraising for the DNC. So, leading into this whole thing and afterwards as well, just like today, apparently, which is what is happening, James Comer yesterday was leading the proceedings, and this is what he said after them.
Well, she said many times under oath that she had never met Jeffrey Epstein. The reason she was asked so many times is we kept presenting new items of evidence, emails from Epstein where he implied that he was very close with the Clinton family, including Hillary. Emails that implied that he set up the Clinton Foundation, that he was one of the biggest donors and one of the main early seed money raisers for the Clinton Global Initiative. And when we asked about that, Hillary said she didn't have anything to do with the Clinton Global Initiative at that time because she was a U.S. Senator. So she was asked many times about questions with respect to Jeffrey Epstein because there were many forms of evidence in the documents that have been released by the Department of Justice and the estate that included her name in there. And she kept saying not only did she not have a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, that he was a shyster and he was a con artist and all of that.
Have you seen the video or heard the audio when Hillary was asked why Ghislaine Maxwell was at her daughter's wedding, Chelsea's wedding in 2010?
No.
After she was implicated in Epstein's crimes. Listen to this. This is a very awkward moment for Hillary Clinton.
Okay. James Matthews from Sky News. Can I ask, why was Ghislaine Maxwell invited to my daughter Chelsea Clinton's wedding in 2010? She'd already been mentioned in a civil lawsuit by Virginia Giuffre before that. Jeffrey Epstein had already been convicted before that.
She came as the plus one, the guest of someone who was invited.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all.
Yeah, you'll notice that she ends the press conference right after that. Like, we're done.
We're not digging in any further to that, thanks.
No, because she didn't want anyone to ask a follow-up. Yeah. This is part of what Hillary has said in the past related to Jeffrey Epstein and her relationship and Bill's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
We have no links. We have a very clear record that we've been willing to talk about, which my husband has said. He took some rides on the airplane for his charitable work.
Yeah, and, I do find it interesting because she said that she was willing to talk about it, but why did they have to subpoena them to come and talk about it? This has been, to hear James Comer put it, a 7-month process, and they were going to be hit with a contempt of court charge if they didn't respond.
Well, Hillary, it seems like the donations he was trying to make were unwarranted.
So she also says that they never met.
I don't recall ever meeting him.
Did you ever meet Ghislaine Maxwell?
I did on a few occasions, and thousands of people go to the Clinton Global Initiative. So it, to me, is not something that is really at the heart of what this matter is about.
So, and then she goes on to talk about, of course, well, it should be about Donald Trump, and, it should be about trying to find the people who did abhorrent things to these girls, which is exactly what this is all about, i.e. Bill Clinton is 15 minutes away from being questioned by this committee. So the focus, yes, right now is to hold those who were in his network accountable. Jeffrey Epstein, obviously already gone. Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison. So now, the question
I have the
is...
answer to your question about when it starts.
Yes.
So apparently congressional depositions are typically scheduled during normal business hours. So between 9 and 10 a.m. local time, so that would be 8 to 9 a.m. here. The committee hasn't publicly confirmed it, though. So, it should typically start at the start of business day and wrap up at the end of business day.
So that's going to be, 9 hours of Bill Clinton? Ooh, that's going to be a long...
Basically, he'll just be saying this.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. I never told anybody to lie, not a single time, never.
Do you think he's gonna say, I did not have sex with that girl? As opposed to a woman, because Lewinsky was a...
Yeah.
Was he talking about Hillary?
He might... Oh.
Sorry.
He might have to save face and go that any of the women I had sex with were of age.
I actually like Joan's joke better. Oh, was he talking about Hillary?
Yeah.
That was actually, I finally got that joke. Very funny, Joan. 7:45, time to check the roads on WTN. As far as weather goes, patchy fog this morning. Warmer, mostly sunny with a high of 66. Getting warmer Saturday, 74 is going to be the high. Cooler with clouds in the low 60s on Sunday. More from Hillary Clinton, and the big question is, the focus right now, who were in the network of Epstein? What did they do with these girls, and what is next in this investigation?
We are more than happy to say what we know, which is very limited and totally unrelated to their behavior or their crimes. And we want to do it in public because let's make this transparent. The survivors deserve that. The public deserves that. But, the Republican member of Congress who is running this hearing or this investigation is trying to protect the president. So let's get to what's really at stake here.
So Lauren Boebert, you may have heard about this yesterday, but Lauren Boebert was asked about a picture that she took inside of the hearing. And she just snapped a picture with her phone. She sends it to Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson posts it. It starts ricocheting around the internet and social media. And when the lawyers for Hillary Clinton found out about it, they immediately stopped all of the discussions, all of the questioning, and they were really upset. And the reason, I guess, why they were upset, because I'm thinking, Joan, I'm thinking, what is wrong with a picture being taken of Hillary Clinton? Like, what's the big deal?
Well, she's going to try anything to stop the proceedings.
Right. She probably was trying to just waste some time. And but their reasoning, their justification was, well, if they're going to break that rule about no photographs inside of the hearing, well, then who knows what other rules they're going to break, which seems silly. I mean, number one, they're going to be at some point releasing the transcripts, and at some point the whole thing was recorded, and so they'll probably release the recording as well. I did like Lauren Boebert when they asked her about doing this.
I just returned to my hotel room and installed the BleachBit software and took a camera to my iPad. So I guess in regards to any photos, I do not recall. You don't remember taking the picture of Clinton?
So if you didn't get the reference, we talked about this earlier. When Hillary, she deleted all of those files off of her computer. She said that she had bleached her computer. BleachBit, apparently, is an actual program that does delete computer files. And her lawyers deleted 30,000 personal emails. And, of course, they also took a hammer to some of the servers as well.
I'm shocked she didn't try to pour Clorox into the USB port.
Yeah, well, if she had Clorox, she probably would try it.
Or put it in Bill's drink.
Apparently, she was also, by the way, asked about Pizzagate and UFOs. I wonder, do you think that Chris Hanna's going to talk about Pizzagate today?
After we talked about the conspiracy theory behind the Wilson volleyball from Castaway?
Yeah.
How it's a representation of a face of a young person.
That is so dumb. That is just dumb.
But now he's got more fuel to the fire.
That's fine for Chris. That is fine for Chris. I love Chris. And I love what he brings to the table with that stuff.
To answer your question, yes, I think he will take that and run with it.
And you know what? You know what else is great is it's Friday, so Chris has an excuse to just go silly on that stuff.
Like it's any other day. I mean, honestly.
I know, Joan. You know what? That pause was me thinking.
He's
but wait.
in the car at this point.
Yeah.
He's listening.
He knows.
So Bill Clinton, how red-faced do you think Bill Clinton is going to get today? Because you know how he gets, right?
I think he's going to call in sick.
I am not feeling up to being deposed this morning.
By the way, Megyn Kelly has a new picture of Bill Clinton. We did talk about this way back in the 5 o'clock hour. Megyn Kelly has a picture of Bill. It's not good for the former president. Follow me on X, @DanMandisShow.
And this is my own piece of evidence that he wasn't shamed at all. Where a friend of mine and her friend at the time, this is 1999, were in a bar and Bill Clinton was there. And would you look at can you see this picture?
So there is a picture of Bill, and this is right after being impeached for Lewinsky. And if you look at the picture, it's Bill Clinton looking right down the top of this 20-something girl. I mean, it is... He's not even being discreet about it.
Yeah.
I mean, and he's probably, how old in that picture? How old was Bill Clinton? Look up how old Bill Clinton was when he was impeached. But I mean, it is classic Bill Clinton.
Yes. He is looking down the chest of my friend Meg Florence, and that's my other friend in the foreground, Abby Rittman. Here's the crazy, you probably know this place. They were from, actually just asked them, where was this? The Bombay Club in D.C.,
Yep.
1999. He was there with his wife and daughter.
I mean, come on, Bill. I mean, at least be discreet about it. He's 52 years old when he was, is that what it was, 52?
Yeah, he's 52 after he was impeached.
52 years old, and the point that Megyn Kelly is making, and it's a good point, which is he's just been impeached for doing things with Monica Lewinsky. And now he's at some bar or some club or whatever it is with his wife and daughter, and he's looking down the tops of these girls. The story goes, I didn't go into this
much. Just wants to see some mountaintops, ladies.
Apparently what he did as the story goes, is he walked up to these girls and asked if he could take a picture with them, not the other way around.
Oh.
That's not a creepy move, is it, Joe?
Oh, what?
Now you know you want to take a picture with the president now.
So
Come on over here, girls, and get right under my arms. Right? I mean, honestly.
Well, and if you look at the photo, he's sort of standing a little bit behind the girls.
Mm-hmm.
So they can't see him looking down
Peering
the
down
top
there.
of one of the... Yeah.
Now that's a border I'd like to cross.
This is James Comer leading the investigations and the depositions.
And what you're seeing is there is accountability finally happening. You've seen at least a dozen very powerful people, men and women, who have already resigned, many in disgrace from their board positions.
I mean, you got Prince Andrew, you've got Peter Mendelsohn, Bill and Hillary, of course, last couple of days. They're finally being, asked about all of this. Bill Gates had to cancel a bunch of events and confess. We told you about Kathy Rumler, Obama lawyer. She had to resign from Goldman Sachs. Thomas Pritzker, of course, had to resign as the Hyatt CEO. Larry Summers had to resign from Harvard.
Wait, JB's brother is in on this, or is that his
cousin.
dad?
It's his cousin.
Yeah, it's his cousin. Peter Attia had to resign from CBS News as a media contributor. So, slowly but surely, we are seeing some accountability here. We are seeing some people.
They're losing their jobs, but they're not going to jail.
You're right, Joan.
They need to be behind bars.
Here's the deal. Is there any evidence?
Yeah, there needs to be evidence.
There needs to be, and I am right there with you. My anger and my my want of justice for these girls is obviously something I want to see. But if there's no evidence, and how long ago is all this now? I mean, years and years. And I'm kind of with Chris on this, where those homes, Epstein's lawyer, I shouldn't go on and on about this, but, Epstein's homes, they were all wired.
Yeah.
So if there's evidence, how have we not seen it already? You know what I mean? How have we not seen it? Unless all of that stuff has been erased, covered up, whatever it is. And so, because remember, they've had, all the years of Obama and Biden. If they wanted to cull through all of that stuff and take some evidence out or erase it or whatever, they had the ability to do that. And the same thing we'll say about Donald Trump. If there is any evidence against Donald Trump, most certainly we have seen it already. Now, do I really think, and Joan, yes or no, you think people are actually going to be arrested for this?
I don't. I don't have confidence.
I have zero. James, how many years I played audio of James Comer? We're not going after Hunter Biden. We're going after Joe Biden, and we're going after Joe Biden for, bribery and blah, blah, blah. And nothing happened.
Comer, I love the guys. Yeah, he's
that's what I do,
guy.
Joan.
He says all the right things, and nothing happens.
Nope.
It's the John Thune effect.
Yeah, you know what? Unless you've got a puppy. You heard what they did. You heard what they did, right? They had a dog show
around the dogs. Oh my gosh!
First of all, how dare they? It's so insensitive to the Muslim members of Congress on the other side of the building to have dogs in there. That's just gross.
How dare they? And so they don't have time to pass the
right. That was what Thune said. There's not enough time.
Yeah, not enough time to do the Save America Act, but they can have a stupid dog show. I mean, again, I'm going to go back to realize the dog show may have been 30 to 45 minutes. I get it, but think about the perception, because people like us are looking at what you're doing, and we're like, really? Is this really what you're doing with your time? It is 7:56, running late, got to go. Joan, what's coming up in the news at 8?
Yeah, what just happened that signals the U.S. may be ready to strike in Iran? It's coming up at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It's 8 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And the talks between the U.S. and Iran ended in Geneva yesterday with no breakthrough. Tehran reaffirming its refusal to halt uranium enrichment or shipping materials abroad. Washington continuing to demand deeper concessions as American military forces mass across the region. Now happening this morning. The U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem has told its employees they may leave Israel immediately. That is a rare step that underscores growing concern over the possibility of an American strike on Iran. The New York Times reporting it reviewed an email from Ambassador Mike Huckabee, which told staffers that the mission had shifted to, quote, authorized departure status. That urges anyone wishing to leave to secure a flight today, warning that seats could quickly disappear. Not good signs, for sure. Still no sign of a man who's accused of firing on a Memphis police officer overnight and then escaping from the scene. 40-year-old Darnell Maxwell is still on the loose, and it's the reason your phone may have sounded an alert around midnight. That's a statewide blue alert issued by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. That officer is said to be in critical but stable condition this morning. TBI is looking for any additional victims of a Brentwood man
who's been accused of dozens of crimes involving the sexual exploitation of children. Scott Quarles was arrested in 2024 after a special agent posed as underage girls in an undercover internet chat operation.
That's Channel 4's Marius Payton. Now, TBI says Quarles operated under several different names, and parents may want to ask their kids if they've been in contact with someone named Scofit on the messaging app Kik or Paul Herring on Snapchat. If so, contact TBI right away. For the first time since the fall of 2022, the average 30-year fixed mortgage rate dipped below 6%. ABC's Whit Johnson says it goes a long way to encouraging home buyers and sellers.
Using the median existing home price of nearly $400,000 at the current rate, the monthly payment would be $2,278. Last year at that time, that would have cost $2,440. That's a savings of $162 a month, or nearly $2,000 a year. And analysts say even though the average rate is just slightly less than last week, there's also a psychological factor. When the first number is a 5 instead of a 6, potential home buyers might be more eager to intensify their search for a new home.
Yeah, President Donald Trump celebrating the news. He's been pushing for lower borrowing costs since his return to office. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We have stock futures sharply lower this morning, a half hour before the opening bell. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, so we have a problem this morning on 24 westbound in Murfreesboro, 24 west past Joby Jackson Parkway, exit 84. That is a jackknife tractor trailer, and that's causing a lot of problems this morning. There's another one in Beech Grove on State Route 82. That one's closed by an overturned truck that stretched across both lanes there. And thanks to the Super Texter 5819, that photo showing just how foggy it is, that may be a contributing factor. You've got Highway 109 in Lebanon, northbound side at Central Pike with an accident. Jolton 24 west before the Harper Road overpass. And also this morning on 24 west in Whites Creek, that's paving work going on. Only one lane available. Old Hickory Boulevard north to Whites Creek Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
807 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to Nashville's Morning News, powered by Tennessee National Golf and Waterfront Community. As far as your weather for this weekend, patchy fog this morning, warmer, mostly sunny with a high of 66. Getting warmer Saturday with a high of 74. Cooler with clouds in the low 60s on Sunday. We've all been talking about the challenges, I guess, is to put it mildly, the train wreck that is a DCS, the Department of Children's Services here in Tennessee, where we have found out just over the last couple of days even more disturbing stories about what is going on at the Department of Children's Services. I want to welcome on into the program Wendy Rutherford, adoption and custody attorney. Now, Wendy, appreciate you helping to shine some light and maybe help us understand the challenges that is going on there at DCS. And so you worked at DCS while you were in law school. You've worked with DCS in some capacity for, years, almost your entire career as a lawyer. You spent 15 years on the Foster Care Review Board. And so I'm glad to have you on, and thank you for this. I'm sure that you've heard all of the horror stories the last couple of days where we have found out, among other things, that kids are still sleeping in the offices of DCS. There was one kid who had meth while in the offices of DCS, and another kid who escaped with a younger child and trafficked that child. These stories are horrifying. Were you surprised by all this?
Thank you for having me on. And in answer to that question, no, I wasn't really surprised. The department is in crisis. Our entire system is in crisis, not just in Tennessee, but nationally as well. We do not have adequate treatment for children who are in care, and they are coming into care a lot more traumatized and with a lot more needs than previously. And it's a real challenge. And in Tennessee, and especially in Davidson County, Tennessee, we have just a tremendous shortage of workers to do the job. We have a lot of kids who need help and not enough people to provide those services. We also don't have enough foster homes to house the children that come into care. So it is a crisis. And most recently, there's legislation that has been proposed to allow children who have been placed in state custody because of dependency and neglect to be basically locked up. And there's a lot of concern about that legislation.
So what is the Foster Care Review Board? What is that?
So anytime a child comes into custody because of dependency and neglect, there are two ways that children come into custody. One is if they commit crimes and they are delinquent, and those are children who are in need of treatment and rehabilitation. And then we have children who need the protection of the court system because of abuse or neglect that they've experienced. Well, anytime a child comes into custody because of abuse or neglect, we call that dependency and neglect. Their case has to be reviewed by a judicial officer or a specially appointed board every 6 months to ensure that every child has a permanency plan, a pathway to get out of care, to have a goal either through adoption, placement with a relative, return to parent, something of that nature. The Foster Care Review Board reviews that plan, reviews the department's efforts with regard to that plan, reviews the parents' efforts with regard to that plan, and makes findings and recommendations to the court.
So a couple of things. Number one is I've heard differing opinions as to what will fix this problem. You have some that will say, well, funding is an issue, but you have other people that say, no, there's plenty of funding. So from your vantage point, Wendy, what do you say? Is funding the issue, or is it the managing of the funding that they do get?
I think it's both. I think we do need more funding, but the turnover, especially in Davidson County, is tremendous. When we hire people and they don't stay that long. They average about a year and a half. And they're expected to perform miracles. They've got a lot of stuff that they have to take care of. And not only do they have to do that, but they also have to document everything that they do. And if it's not documented, it didn't happen. And that documentation comes in very important later on as we, have subsequent hearings about what's going to happen with the child who's in foster care. So it's a daunting task that we ask these people to do. Now, they're being paid a heck of a lot more than they did when I was employed by the department. I worked for the department in 1986, and I made $13,500 a year. And I think they're at about 50 now, but it's still a very challenging job, very emotionally challenging. And, there's just a lot that's expected of them.
Well, Wendy, if I may, let me ask you this. So 9113 on our text line says this: drop the bachelor degree requirement and do on-the-job training, and DCS would have a ton of people apply. If this is one of the big challenges, what are the requirements?
Well, it is a, I disagree with that. I don't think that we should drop the requirement of a bachelor's degree. I think that they do get a lot of on-the-job training when they are employed. It's a civil service position, but we have a certain amount of points that are added to your civil service score to get you up on the registry for things, like being a veteran and other things like that, which doesn't necessarily, and now it can, but it doesn't necessarily translate into appropriate skills to be able to do this job. But if you really are compassionate and care about what you're doing, you're going to get burned out.
Yeah.
Because it's an impossible thing to do, to carry your emotions that way for that long.
Real quick, Wendy, I'm going to check traffic, so hold on. It's going to take about 15 minutes, then I'm going to come back. One of the things that I'm going to ask you is that there have been accusations made that there are families who are not being told the whole truth about the kids that they are fostering. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm going to ask your opinion on that. It is 8:15. Real quick, time to check the roads on WTN. Fifteen seconds, and appreciate the traffic. Patchy fog in the morning, warmer and mostly sunny with a high of 66. Getting warmer on Saturday, 74. Cooler with clouds in the low 60s on Sunday. All right, Wendy Rutherford is joining us, adoption and custody attorney. So that was one of the things that I've heard a number of different times is that families are not being told the true challenges of the child that they've agreed to foster.
I'm sure that happens, but I don't know that it's necessarily intentional. There's both state and federal laws that require full disclosure when a child is placed. But if you don't know, when a child first comes into care because of abuse or neglect, there's a lot of things that you're not going to know about that child. So you have limited information when you're placing children. And, some of this is just getting to know this kid, getting to understand trauma. Trauma is huge, hugely affects a child in the way that they respond in a safe environment. They respond because they have a heightened sense of, fight or flight. That's part of what happens with kids who've been traumatized. And we don't know everything when they first come into care. We try to get assessments. We try to get a lot of services for them, but there's really, since COVID, we have had a lot of treatment facilities closed. We don't have the same amount of services that we've had in the past. And we have kids with a tremendous amount of needs. So I'm sure that it does happen, but I don't believe that it's necessarily intentional. I think it's more, we just don't know.
One of the things that was part of the story a couple of days ago that I covered was that they've got funding to build these facilities, and they've had the funding, but apparently the homes won't even break ground until like late this year, 2026. We're now just getting into March. Why does it take so long to get these facilities built?
That's a great question. There's a lot that goes into making to preparing the for these children, being prepared for them. I don't really have a good answer to that question about why it takes so long. If the funding gets approved, I don't understand why it would take long to build the facility. But as with anything governmental, it takes a long time.
Does there need to be some more or some different oversight? I don't know, maybe by the state legislature. I mean, how do we? I've been here for 12 years. I've been talking about this same issue, I kid you not, for 12 years, obviously off and on. So what is the ultimate answer here? As somebody who has been involved with DCS for many years, and you're an attorney, an adoption and custody attorney, do you have an answer to how to fix this?
I don't. I will tell you that there are lots of problems. For instance, when parents come into the system with their kids, they've been accused of abuse or neglect, they are entitled to court-appointed counsel. Our court-appointed counsel are paid $60 an hour. The guardian ad litems are paid. Guardian ad litem is the person who represents the child in these proceedings. They're paid $60 an hour, and they have caps there, so they can be expected to work long periods of time without getting paid. There are shortages of foster parents. People like to complain about the system, but very few people are willing to put their money where their mouth is and get involved. I mean, you don't have to just be a foster parent. There are also opportunities to be respite parents. There are opportunities to be supportive of foster parents and caseworkers. CASA volunteers, court-appointed special advocates are huge. They are involved in these situations. There's lots of opportunities to get involved, and very few people are willing to do that. And children heal in positive relationships. We know that, but we don't have the people that are willing to get involved to make that difference. And until people do, until people start to value children and try to be a part of the solution, we're going to continue to have problems.
Let me ask you, no, I agree with you. I do. How do you convince people, though, to become foster parents? I mean, number one, there's all kinds of horror stories out there, as you no doubt know. How do you convince people to help these kids? I mean, is there any kind of a, I don't know, piece of legislation or some sort of a advocacy group that can try to get more people involved?
From my perspective, I look at the church, and I'm going to say, replete through the Bible, God is telling his people that they need to advocate for the widow and the orphan, that true religion is taking care of the widow and the orphan. And I think going to church and Sunday school is great. It's fun. It's wonderful. But at some point in time, you got to step foot outside the doors of that building and start to put your religion to work and to do what's being called of you to do. When I was with the department, we used to have a program, One Church, One Child. We went around 2 churches and tried to recruit foster parents in churches, because that's where a lot of our folks come from. But people just have to be convinced that the children are, I hate to quote this song because I hated it at the time, but children are our future. I mean, we can change the trajectory of society one way or another by taking care of our children. Children who end up in foster care, children who end up in detention have a much higher rate of going to prison than children who don't. We need to make the difference.
We have all these kids that are staying in the DCS offices. And again, this has been going on for a long time. Is part of the solution here investing in, start building orphanages again or boys' homes and girls' homes, that kind of a thing?
Well, we do have group homes. and they're run by people. I'm not a fan of group homes. I honestly, we do have them, and we have secure treatment facilities. We have those, or we don't have enough of them, and there are a lot of waiting lists. But where children really have an opportunity to heal is where they are in relationship with caring adults that they can trust. And that happens the best in a foster home. I've heard a lot of foster parents say, I don't want to do foster care because I don't want to get too attached and then have to give that child back. But what people don't understand is we're adults and we have the opportunity to regulate our emotions. We have the life experience to do that. Kids don't. Kids are vulnerable, and kids need trusted adults to invest in them emotionally and otherwise, and to provide a safe place for them to be. And if I could say anything, if anybody's listening to this and wants to be a part of the solution, there are plenty of ways that you can do that. And it doesn't necessarily mean you have to be a foster parent. There's a lot of other opportunities. There's a wonderful organization called Tennessee Kids Belong that provides services to foster homes and foster kids. They help recruit adoptive parents for older children. There's plenty of ways that people can get involved if they want to be a part of the solution. And that's the key. Do you want to be a part of the solution, or do you just want to complain?
Well, I would say, Wendy, you yourself have adopted a child that you fostered. So, you are somebody that walks the walk.
I did, and I will just say he is one of the joys of my life. He's 44 now, and he's absolutely the joy of my heart. He was not an easy kid, and he spent 7 years in foster care. Part of what I do is try to prevent children from having that kind of a legacy. It shouldn't happen. Children need permanency. They need stability. They need to know that they're safe and secure. And that's where real healing starts. And we're not gonna see that happening until more people get involved and start putting boots on the ground, put their money where their mouth is, do the work.
Wendy, thank you very much for joining us here on Super Talk 99.7. A great insight into a perpetual problem here in Tennessee, and love what you do. 8:25, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan has the news at 8:30. Joan.
See, a hearing in Nashville ended without a decision yet. Also, what the Tennessee House Speaker has to say about opening another ICE facility in Middle Tennessee. Those are your stories at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Sam, I think you trained your mother well.
You did. She's an amazing lady.
That was Sam's mom on the phone, and I didn't want to make it weird like I always do. I didn't want to make it weird by saying, "Hey, Sam, your mom's on the phone."
Hey, I've heard that thousands of times throughout my life.
But you were there when she. No, this is your older brother,
Yeah.
but
So I had the wonderful journey of my brother was 15 when I was born. And
Okay.
my mom and dad took him in as a foster when he was 10 years old. They adopted him when he was 12. So my whole life, I've just only known that my big brother is my big brother. I don't see a difference regardless of the paperwork or anything else.
Was that their only foster?
No, they fostered several other kids at some point, but that was the one that
Their only adoption.
They felt called to take him on. And when he first came into the house, he couldn't read at 10 years old. And
Wow.
now my mom worked really hard with him. He's extremely intelligent, and reading's one of his favorite things to do.
No kidding.
I love it.
That's awesome.
I love it.
All right, very good. Dan Mandis here. I want to tell you about the Glock store. I've been talking about the Glock store for years. Now, they helped me buy my first gun. It is where I continue to train. So if you need a new firearm, they've got, as we like to say, all the Glocks, factory, custom. And don't forget the wildly popular Trump Glock. They've still got those as well. Now, they've also got the accessories that people love too. Red and green dot optics. I've got the red dot optic. Upgraded triggers. I've got one of those as well. And the lowest prices on Glock magazines in the country. Not just on sale every once in a while, but every single day. And by the way, if you need bullets, Well, you can get those at the Glock store as well. So buy, upgrade, or train. It is all happening at my two-way store, the Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. Glockstore.com and shoot270.com.
Good morning. It's 8:31. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And Congressman Andy Ogles has a new bill that would target certain athletes, like Eileen Gu, the American-born freestyle skier who represented China in the Olympics. That bill would create a federal tax set at 100% on U.S. citizens who compete in major global events on behalf of Russia, North Korea, Iran, or China. No ruling yet from an Obama-appointed judge here in Nashville. He heard arguments from the DOJ over whether pursuing human smuggling charges against Kilmar Abrego Garcia was vindictive. His lawyers say those charges were only brought against Garcia after the DOJ was forced to bring him back from the CCOT prison in El Salvador. Well, now that the Department of Homeland Security has confirmed it won't secure an ICE facility in Lebanon, there are questions about whether another location is being scouted. News 2's Tori Gessner spoke with House Speaker Cameron Sexton about that.
I mean, they're not going to call and talk to us and get our approval, whether or not we've heard or talked or heard rumors, speculation, or conversations, but it's totally up to them. And so I'm not going to talk about any of those conversations if I've had or haven't had them.
House Speaker Cameron Sexton not denying the possibility of an ICE facility in another part of Tennessee. He says the agency is welcome in the volunteer state.
When we try to build a new prison, and people are like, well, we need a new prison, but I don't want it in my backyard. That's usually the sentiment, and it has to go somewhere. So, we'll see what the federal government decides that they want to do.
Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. January's producer price index, a measure of wholesale inflation, came in 0.5% higher for the month, and that was more than expected. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrials are trading down 481, NASDAQ falling 242, S&P opening 52 points lower. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. Next, I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Dan Mandis here, heading into March, and yes, indeed, summer is months away, but the work to get that beach bod back begins right now. And my friends at Contours, they can help you get it back with FDA-cleared red light technology. Now, Contours is going to help you target those areas that you hate, whether it's your belly, your arms, or your legs, whatever problem area you have. They can solve that problem. No pain, no surgery, no downtime, just results. Now, I'm going to be honest, I usually fall asleep during my treatments. That's how relaxing they are. But, real men and women from Franklin and across Middle Tennessee have been checking out Contours. And yes, they've been seeing real results. Now, your beach trip isn't that far away. Let Contours help you get rid of those trouble spots. And right now, the first 10 callers get a special introductory price of just $99. Remember, you see results or it is free. First 10 callers right now get that special Introductory price of just $99. 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960. You can also find them online, ContoursLLC.com. That is ContoursLLC.com. Remember, with Contours, all you've got to lose is inches.
Dense fog advisory until 10, and fog may be affecting some of the roads still this morning. Got a jackknife tractor trailer on 24 westbound lanes before Joe B. Jackson Parkway. Stop and go all the way from Epps Mill Road. Got a crash in Lebanon on Highway 109 at Central Pike. That's in the southbound lanes there, and it's stop and go from Franklin Road. A crash involving injuries, Spence Lane at Elm Hill Pike in Nashville. And they're doing paving work in Whites Creek, so 24 westbound down to one lane, Old Hickory Boulevard to Whites Creek Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's the kind of music that makes you want to drink a Monster and punch some drywall.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not Mason. What's your name again? Sam. Sam has been dying to play this. He was throwing this in my headphones at like 5:30 this morning. I'm like, dude,
what is this?
It's terrible is what it is.
Didn't you just say you listened to Linkin Park?
Oh, I like Linkin Park.
It's somewhere I belong. It's been used in these multimedia memes to describe American veracity in culture.
Okay.
Thank you, Sam.
I'm your memologist, okay?
No, that is Chris is the memologist. You are the memologist apprentice.
Listen, I am but a humble meme farmer. I tend to my memes, and they bear fruit.
That they do.
I study them and break them down. See, that's where the ology comes in.
I pay no attention to them whatsoever, as a matter of fact.
That's why we have more fun.
You know, I'm going to throw something at you. Amy actually loves Linkin Park, and so when we're listening to, I'm gonna air quote this, her music and her playlist, and Linkin Park comes on, all I can say is I don't change it like I do some of her music, like Cardi B, for example.
Talking about all the stuff she listens to from 1995 forward.
Yes.
Did you see Cardi B came out yesterday and endorsed Jasmine Crockett?
What?
You didn't see that?
Why is that surprising to you, Joan?
Okay, well.
Cardi B, that tracks.
She said Cardi B.
quote Kennedy.
Cardi B said, Jasmine be like one of us.
Okay, well, good for Cardi B and good for Jasmine Crockett. The problem is the Democrat Party is not on board with Cardi B.
I think this actually pushes Jasmine over the edge.
Do you?
This is what she needed to beat Tallarico.
To get that Cardi B voting block?
People were looking for the Cardi B endorsement.
Really?
It might have come too late.
So can I ask a question? And the four of us can participate in this. Do you have I have come up with now a new tradition for the crisscross handoff.
Okay.
Given the fact that this is my last segment of the day, I have a celebratory cup of coffee from Wally's Bean Machine here in the kitchen. And so my favorite for 8:35 is and this was a Chris Hand recommendation. It was hot chocolate and espresso and milk.
Are you doing it with just the regular amount of espresso?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you got to add another double shot.
I don't know how to do that, though. I don't know how to do that,
You just go back in, leave the cup there.
Press the button, yeah.
Yeah, and press the button for 2 shots of espresso.
You'll have to show me.
I don't know why you would need the instructions. You would select that option the same way you just selected the hot chocolate and espresso.
You know how when the hot chocolate's done cooking,
Yeah.
dropping into your cup, and you take the cup away?
Yeah.
You don't take the cup away, and you push another button.
Okay. Joan, will you show me which button?
Oh, my gosh.
I'm just kidding.
Is this what the kids call weaponized incompetence?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Honey, I don't know how to do laundry. I'm sorry. You're going to have to do it in folding clothes.
Yep.
Do you know that when I got married the second time?
Thought your eyes were going to fall out of your skull there.
I had to adjust the way that I folded towels. I never knew in a million years that I would have a wife that had an irritation with how I fold towels. My actual quote was, "You should be happy I'm folding towels."
What's the wrong way to fold them, Dan?
My way.
Well,
she had a way. I don't know. I couldn't even describe. I don't. You know what? Okay.
I feel like that towel folding is a very personal thing. Like,
thank you, Joan. So you know what she does, Joan? Maybe you can help.
Okay.
So,
Dan really wants to sleep on the couch all weekend.
I will fold the towels, and when I was, in my previous towel folding career, I would fold the towel the long way. So I'm holding it like horizontally, right? And I fold it, and
That's
I
the
fold
wrong
it.
way.
Yeah, what an amateur. That's like the spring training of towel folding.
Okay, so then Amy said, "What in the H are you doing?" and I had to start folding towels her way. And and her way is, I guess it would be considered the long way, but she can fold her towels up when she folds them into little rolls. It's like a towel roll when she's done with it.
My wife does that too.
Yeah, it's like a hotel thing.
And it's
actually.
like all it doesn't come undone if you like toss it on the bed. It stays together. Which, by the way, she's listening.
So
she's actively listening to this segment.
Okay, good.
She's
Hello,
on the YouTube chat.
Sam's wife.
No, your wife.
Oh, my wife?
Yeah.
Oh,
your wife is in the YouTube chat
wife.
actively listening.
Did she see the eye roll when I said when I got married the second time?
I don't know if she saw the eye roll, but I didn't know who she was at first, and she said my playlist does not start in '95. It starts with music in the '60s.
Oh,
she had to correct me there, Amy. I'm sorry.
You know what?
Come into the
She's gonna
YouTube
come
chat
and
with a better
snap a towel
user
on
handle
you.
on the front end.
And if she didn't see the eye roll, you could just rewind.
About the same if you rewind about 4.5 minutes.
John says most towel folding is different from woman to woman. Is that true? I didn't know
Could
that.
be.
Listen.
But, look, there's different ways you can do it, but it depends on how a woman stacks her linen closet.
Okay, so do you want to hear a funny dance story? Amy's going to be horrified at this.
Perfect.
At least she's
don't forget to hit like while you're in the chat, Amy.
So, I forget why I did this, but I got mad one time, and I think have I said this on the air before? I got mad one time because we didn't have any towels. Joan, I ordered on Amazon, I think 25 to 35 towels.
What?
This is what I get irrational sometimes. So I ordered now we are overrun with towels. And she's like, whenever you get stupid and belligerent, these are the things that you do. And so now every time we have we have towels hidden all across the house because we have no place to put them. Yeah, because we have no place to put them. Riker's got some in his room. I've got some in my room.
But why didn't you just throw out the old towels?
Because the old towels, if I remember correctly, didn't need to be thrown out. I was just being pissy because there were no towels that were clean.
So
instead of washing them,
right,
and getting those towels in an hour and a half, you decided Amazon 2 days or less would be a better move.
Yep, sure did.
And you didn't think about how you were buying more things for her to wash and fold?
Not at the time, but I often hear that now.
And if I was a betting man, you probably didn't stay with the current color scheme.
No, no, I sure didn't.
Did you go basic hotel white?
I've got the ones that I ordered actually are fluffy and like a bluish hue kind of a thing.
Why does that shock me less than ordering plain white?
And what was the current color scheme before you ordered those?
White, actually.
So you screwed everything up.
I did. But now I know which towels are mine.
They stick out
several dozen of blue ones.
They stick out like a sore thumb. You got several dozen?
I told you, I got 35.
You went to
25, 35.
You just jumped on Costco.com?
I did. You know what? I went and I ordered. They come in a 6-pack, and I ordered 6. I know. This is what it's like being married to me, Joan.
So you ordered 36
I'm so sorry,
towels?
Amy.
Isn't my wife lucky?
Yeah.
Well, she's definitely She's definitely dry.
She's definitely your
nice.
wife.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
And yet somehow, with all these towels, there are still times when I'm wandering around the house at 3 o'clock in the morning looking for a towel.
Oh, my gosh.
I know. I just don't get it. And then you go in my room, you know what you find? 36 dirty towels.
Be chill in the YouTube chat. You got to remember, this is coming from a man who takes bubble baths.
Angie says, you Amazon buy hard. I'm not sure what that even means, but...
Like a try hard, but a buy hard?
Buy hard. Oh, okay, good. Anyway, yeah, I do. I take bubble baths, so I use 2 towels a day. So
You use 2 towels a day?
And do you require them to be washed as soon as you're done using? Like, do you let them just...
I'm not that persnickety.
How much time is between towel use? Like, wouldn't it air dry and be ready to go for round 2?
You know, it's funny you should ask about that, Chris, because my bubble bath is on the 2nd floor. My shower for the morning is in the basement, where I do my show prep.
Okay.
Where my Window Nation windows are.
All right.
So it's a whole thing in my house. I'm very,
blessed.
I am very blessed that I can stupidly afford 36 towels. By the way, if I did that today, because that's when I was making the big money as a PD. If I did that today, I'd have to sell off a child.
You'd be financially ruined.
I'd be financially ruined. I would think twice. Now I'm just buying, Scully caps.
Yeah.
Which is buying 2.
You'd have a hard decision if you had to buy new towels today. Do you go with a towel or do you go with a scally cap?
Doc Scott 2021. He wraps one on his head, guys.
You know, the little shing.
Yeah. 1307 says, I would have thought that Dan was on Marriage Like 10 or 13 by now. I know.
Oh.
You know what my mother said like a couple of weeks before she died? Don't piss off Amy. She's the only one that'll tolerate you.
Damn.
I know. Do we have any... By the way, wallysbeanmachine.com. If you value your employees, this is what I've decided. If you value your employees, go to wallysbeanmachine.com and check them out.
Yes.
Because I didn't even get to... I don't know how we get to where we got. But...
I would even go a step further.
Mm-hmm.
I would say if your office doesn't already have a Wally's Bean Machine, that's an indictment on the company and they don't value you.
Are you guys saying that our company values us?
Well, I wasn't going to go that far.
No, let's not get carried away.
Wondering.
But I was going to confirm it means the other companies don't value their employees if they don't have one.
Like how a penny from the 40s would hold its value to today. That's just saying.
Okay.
That's the value.
Chris, you got anything for this?
Not really.
Okay, good. Joe. Wow. We can start talking about my towels again. I'm sure that was riveting.
The Washington Post lost $100 million last year.
Did they really?
Was that after the Bezos buyout?
Well, yeah, Bezos was the owner. This came after they lost $80 million in 2023 and 2024. Is anybody reading newspapers anymore?
No. Nobody
then,
reads newspapers.
Okay, and then a second question. Does anybody pay for the subscription for newspapers online?
I do. I do too.
Which ones?
I do Daily Mail and Wall Street Journal.
How much are those subscriptions each?
He doesn't know. He just pays for them. He buys 35 towels at a time. Why would he look up that?
In fact, someone even said I wouldn't tell anyone if I won the lottery. I would just be buying towels.
There'd be signs. It's just Dan sitting in a room with a bunch of towels.
I don't know how much I pay for the Daily Mail or the Wall Street Journal.
Do you think that they're both valuable? I mean,
I do.
You do show prep.
Daily Mail, I love the Daily Mail. Joan knows. I gave Joan my subscription pass.
But for your average citizen, if you listen on the text line, or if you're listening, text in. Does anybody actually pay for these things? Like, I get it for us for work,
right?
But your average...
That's a good question.
Your average person on the street, are you paying for this stuff in the land of free information?
By the way, I also pay for the Tennessean.
Ugh.
Listen, it's local news. It's local news. And I pay for it so listeners don't have to.
Does the dog crap come pre-rolled up in it? That's the only thing I find it good for.
That's an added extra benefit of the Tennessean.
Just a bonus.
Yeah, but I don't get it delivered to my house. So, anyway, yeah. So...
Yeah, I feel
like... What are you laughing at? Why are you
Just the fact you don't have it delivered to your house like a mistress. Secondary location, please, for the paper.
This guy.
I don't understand.
I know, right?
I don't understand.
Get it either.
You know what? Either I'm slow and I need more wallysbeanmachine.com coffee, or I'm just not tracking with him today. But that's fine. You know what? Sam, is it? At least you're not like Mason, who somehow managed to completely screw up.
Oh,
Did you hear about this
story?
Joan?
I was here. Yeah.
It was the best.
So
It really was.
I had producer roulette yesterday on the show because Sam was in. So Mason ran a little bit late, which is no big deal. Like he's great. That wasn't the issue. But the poor guy's already running late because Mason works 2 jobs, and I don't know if anybody really knows that. Like
Mason is a mensch. We love Mason.
Yeah.
So he was working till 3 a.m. the night before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wednesday night, he worked till 3 a.m. He said he got home, sat down, and just crashed. Forgot to set his alarm. No big deal. He's a little bit late. We all forgive him.
Mm-hmm.
But the poor guy gets here, and he pulls up to the gate, and he's a little bit too far away from the key card tapper to open the gates, because we have gates around our parking lot because we don't trust the lunatics.
Right.
So he gets out of his car because he's a little bit too far away, and for as big as he is, he's like T-Rex arms. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So he had to get out of his vehicle, and as he gets out of the vehicle to tap the key card, his front door closes and then locks on him. God. So his car is running, locked, and blocking any and all employees from also getting to work.
How long were employees blocked from getting in?
I have no idea. So I remember seeing Mason just run upstairs panicked. I'm like, what's going on? And then there was another 30 minutes where I had Bell producing.
Oh my goodness! I felt so bad for.
Can I tell you the best part about this? He drives a Mercury, which is a Ford product, and it's of the year that they were putting all the keypads on the door handles, so that if you locked your keys in your car while it was running, you could unlock the door with the keypad number and get back in it. And when he bought the car, he never got that information.
Oh, so he doesn't know what the keypad number is?
So he has the code, but he
my
didn't know.
gosh.
He knows
so
it has
funny.
a code, but he doesn't know what it is to be able to unlock the door.
Oh my gosh.
Well, that sounds like a Mason problem, says the guy who forgot his locker combination a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
I got it if you need it.
I know, and you gave it to Murphy.
We're planning something for that locker.
So yesterday, when we're taping Mostly Peaceful,
which debuts tomorrow, 6 a.m.,
Matt, who I stupidly told my locker combination to, gave it to Murphy. And so now I'm bracing. Do you know that when I opened my locker up today, I opened it up very slowly because I thought a bunch of ping pong balls were going to come out or something. I'm waiting. I know that he's planning and plotting
They're clearly going to hit
something.
you with a snake in a can.
Yeah,
they're going to do something.
The ping pong balls might even be misdirection. We could be planning something much bigger.
You know what?
Can we have cameras when that's happening, please?
That's why it's taking a little bit longer.
Okay.
You got to get the cameras working and everything.
We got to get the cameers.
Stage them in the cabinet in the break room.
You know what? Good luck, because to get them to get new cameras, I don't want to go south.
Yeah.
Let's not bring up new cameras. Let's just
Don't
not
be
do it.
dystopian about this.
I feel like we could talk the company into it if they know we're messing with you.
All right, we are running really late. DT McCall's, and now this is my place to go for appliances and furniture, a great Tennessee company. They are here for their fellow Tennesseans. Great prices, selection, and value as well. If you need indoor furniture, if you've got a room to fill, go to DT McCall's Appliances. If it plugs in, they've got it. They've always got specials going on to save you money. Go to the front page of their website, dtmccalls.com. All the best brands of appliances at all the best prices. Washer and dryer sets, dishwashers. I just bought a refrigerator from DT McCall's. This is a great company. They've been proving it for over 100 years. With a focus on customer service, 5 locations across Middle Tennessee, Carthage, Cookville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin, always online, dtmccalls.com. When winter storms hit Nashville, they don't play around. You've got your power outages, frozen lines, busted pipes can all turn into major home disasters fast. That is why right now is the time to call Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your trusted team for emergencies and peace of mind protection. Now, right now, get 40% off a whole home surge protector with any electrical repair. Keep your home safe from sudden outages and voltage spikes. And if cold temperatures have wrecked your pipes, Busy Bee has you covered with $500 off select whole home water repipes. Check them out, busybeehvac.com, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Busy Bee, we take the sting out of winter problems. No. I work 5 to 9. This does not apply.
I will tell the queen.
Oh, you should get AI to do that and change.
Working 5 to 9. But see, the stupidity is, like, people think that we only work 4 hours a day, which is clearly not the case.
No, it never ends.
No. I mean, life is show prep, but I get up at midnight, 12:30. Amy called me Thunderfoot last night.
Thunderfoot?
Yeah, because I'm a heavy walker. And so my bedroom is upstairs and hers is downstairs. And so I'm always waking her up. Thunderfoot, yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, I get up at midnight, 12:30, and I work all the way till 9. Then I'm typically working after my show as well on stuff.
If you were part of a mystical troupe of misfits trying to throw a ring into a volcano, I'd say Thunderfoot would be an appropriate name.
Okay, there you go.
The Lord of the Rings reference.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
I didn't understand it either.
Thank you, Joan. For once, backing up the host. All right. Anyway, what's coming up next, Chris?
Well, we got a lot to talk about on the Chris Hand Show. We're going to bring you the latest from the Hillary Clinton deposition. We'll also talk to you about Bill Clinton, who's going to get his today. We'll talk about the SAVE Act and how they have more time for a dog parade than they do for Saving America. And we'll also give you updates on fraud and immigration.
By the way, we've had about 1,000 people text in, Mason, the code to your door is located in the console of your vehicle. Look it up on YouTube. How does Mason not know this? He's a really smart kid.
He probably Googled it while he was locked out of his car, but it didn't help because he was locked out of his car.
How long has he owned this car? That's what I want to know.
Not long enough, I don't think.
Apparently not. So, Mason, look it up and give the code to your car to Matt Murphy for safekeeping.
Yeah, that'll be perfect.
Maybe they'll focus on your car, not my locker. It's 9 o'clock on WTN.